Yes.
Okay.
Students.
Okay.
And just like stethoscopes hang in the walls like rosaries, and our shadows follow us into the words, you get. We learn to listen to silent pains, to tears that cannot just be voiced out, you get.
Okay.
So poetry means a lot of things. Poetry is not just, should I say, it's not just something you just, it means it's deep.
You're
Yes.
finding the right word for it, Abby.
Like it's a whole lot. Poetry is a whole lot.
You know, the fact they're actually using poetry to answer me is showing that it's a whole lot too.
Yes.
So you said you're a science student,
Yes.
right? Because most times people that are spoken word poets and artists are most times theater arts. They did arts in particular. So how come? Is it something you're born with, or you find it very interesting and you had to do more research, learn about it or something?
Okay, actually, I think I was born with it, you get, because this is actually something that is inborn.
Okay.
And obviously, it's I have the zeal for it, you get. But at the same time, during secondary school, I was an art student.
Okay.
And that was when the passion for everything, like,
That's from SS1, right?
yes, it blew up.
Okay.
But at the same time, to some extent, I also had passion for humanity. So then I thought about Ben Carson. He's a surgeon and a writer.
Yeah.
I was not like, why can't I still pursue my dreams when I also want to have a career?
Yeah.
So then I decided to diversify. You cannot put all your eggs in one basket.
Basket. High five. I love your energy, actually. So, can silence itself be a form of rhythm in performance? You know, you've given example of the stethoscope, hanged as a rosary and the likes. Now, when it comes to live performance on stage, can silence be a rhythm?
Yes.
How?
Okay. Poetry is just like a patient in a coma. You're sleeping but awake. But then performance is like, should I say, performance is just like the nose oxygen, like what brings life into that patient. The same way performance brings life into poetry. So now, performance is not just expression.
Yeah.
Performance is connection, is resurrection, it's everything. Because in performance, then the tone of your voice, the truth in your eyes, you get, the sincerity in your expressions, it means a whole lot. So performance turns just a simple poem into a wonderful experience.
You know, that brings me to my next question now, right? How does performance voice, body language, presence affect the interpretation of a poem?
You see, first of all, you know, poetry is actually very complicated. You get
Very complicated.
very, very complicated. When you come to the branches of literature, I think poetry is the hardest part. Because not everyone can understand or interpret a poem. It takes a whole lot. So now, when it comes to expression now, for instance, when you write a poem now, I feel like people, those poets who write those poems, they can better express those poems. Because, you know, just like your heart now, we all have different mindsets. And maybe the way you think is not the way I think.
Okay.
Yes. But then, you might want to say, give me your pen. But I'm just seeing it as maybe you just want me to give you the pen. But you, within you know that you want me to give you that pen because you want to write. Do you get?
Yeah.
So now when it comes to expression, now, it means a whole lot. Because then the tone, the presenter, the truth in their eyes, the way they gesticulate everything, the way they show their gestures, you get that kind of thing. It brings life into it. Because normally, when you are reading a poem, it's actually sometimes kind of boring.
Facts. Very
Poems
boring.
are boring when you're just reading them on a normal, but then the expression means everything. The performance, you know, I be quick. Exactly. You see, like, you see the energy there. There are speaks, these spoken word artists. Like when they are saying it, it feels like they know. Then you that doesn't understand, you begin to see meaning
In what they're
in
saying.
what they are saying.
Because they are performing a drama, actually.
Exactly.
You know?
That's it.
All right. So how does performance use pause, tone? Like you just said, they express it and all. This particular question, I know it needs a drama or something, right? But how do they use that pause, tone to, you know, flow in the rhythms and all that? Is it more... Okay, let me allow you speak, actually, before I explain more.
Actually, you know, it depends on the kind of poem. Each expression or performance depends on the kind of topic you are talking about, you get. For instance, now, I want to talk about rape. I'm not coming to be romantic. You get? I'm not coming to be romantic. I want to talk about rape now. I'll now come and be like, when he held my hand, I'll not be like, no. You have to show it. You
Yeah.
get? That's when the tone comes in. You get? The expression in your eyes. The way you react towards it. For instance, now I want to talk about an erotic poem about love. I cannot come and be talking about love and come and be shouting. Like, I'm talking to you. Your beauty rivals the twilight hues when the sun kisses the horizon, painting the skies in shades of gold and crimson. In the geography of my soul, you are the rivers, the mountains, and the seas. You are the landscape of my heart, for my heart has migrated to the country of your touch.
Okay, now you're making me blush.
So now, you see the way I said it, because it's an erotic poem. It involves emotions.
Yeah.
But now I want to talk about rape. I'll be like, okay. Actions he used on me were stronger and harder, and before I could scream, my head was already hammered. Do you get? I'm talking about pain. The shivers in my face will show that I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of
The person that
that was raped. Do you get? That kind of thing. So now I want to talk about childbearing now. You know, it's a mixed feeling. Sensational, emotional, you get. Then a feeling of excitement too. Because it comes with mixed feelings, like giving birth. Now, you're talking about the pains of childbearing. You're also talking about the joy that comes at last when finally the baby is out and the mother too is safe. So I feel like every poem, the performance of every poem depends on what you're talking about.
Great. So, can performance contradict a written poem?
Yes.
How?
Sometimes this case comes up most times when the performer is not the writer of the poem.
Right, right.
Because maybe now, I might write a poem now, and you that is reading it, you get, or reading about it. Actually, there's a poem I read in my SS1, The Leader and the Led. It's trying to talk about leadership. You get, when the zebra comes out to be the leader, and then they say, no, you have different stripes. We don't know whether you're black or you're white. I didn't understand that poem was actually about leadership until someone interpreted it for me. So now, a writer might write a poem now. Then the person that is going to perform it or exhibit it might not really understand everything. So now you're trying to bring in your own ideas. Now that is when the contradiction comes in.
And not the real idea in the whole
That's why I
poem.
said poetry is better performed by the writer.
Take note, poetry is better performed by the writer. I can try perform the poem sometimes. All right, so what role do audience play when it comes to engaging in the reading, the tone, and all when a poet is on that stage making a speech?
All right, like me now, I'm using myself for an example. If I go for live shows, like if I want to present on like open mic shows now, when I'm trying to be energetic, or you get, for instance now, I'm trying to be emotional, and then when I'm trying to be emotional, I see that the audience, like, they are calm, they are getting what I mean, you get, they're understanding it. I feel the vibe. You get that feeling whereby you are presenting and the audience, they don't even understand what is going on. You too, you'll be demoralized. But then when you're talking, and let me say, is a Christian spoken words now, you get, and now let me say, for instance, now you're like, when I sit to think about God, I become completely at sea, because no amount of words can quantify the authenticity of his existence. And then people be like, yes, you get that kind of, do you get? So the audience, they are like the vibe givers, the energy.
Sorry. You know, when you said when you were trying to be emotional, let's assume before you walked on stage, the whole vibe and energy, the ambience is giving, happy, cheerful, and all. How exactly do you guys do it? Is it, I don't know, someone will be like, silence, please, everybody, keep quiet, or what?
No. That's why I said, when it comes to poetry, there is no silence. But then, silence in poetry speaks volumes.
So you just start like that.
You start. But for instance now, when it's like a good spoken word artist, when you come in now and see the mood of people, you know whether your intonation is going to start with a high tone or low. You get? You have to be very observant. You get that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I feel like your first stanza or first line should be what will bring them back to order to what you're about to do. Then you now move into.
So when the audience is not, they're not resonating, they're not understanding whatever you're saying, do you change your line of poet? Do you change automatically? What do you do? What do you do to make them sink in with you?
I think, yes.
You change it.
That's what spoken word artists do.
Okay.
You know, some people are just spoken word artists. They are not poets. You get? Yes.
Okay. I think I get.
Because now, when it comes to this situation now you just talked about right now, when the audience, they are not sinking in to what you're doing, a good spoken word artist will diversify or try to find the right words. But a poet now, you're talking about something already, so
it's more like you're changing my line of performance. I understand. That's true. You know, you told me about you being a Christian poet too, right? Christian poets, lifestyle poets, and all. How do you do it? Do you come with emotions? Do you come with rhythm to mix it? Let's assume you have to bring a blend of all in a particular performance. How do you do it?
It just comes with the flow, the idea. You get?
Okay.
You be like, this is what I want. Then this is what I want it to be like. I want this, I want this. How do I join this together? For instance, now in a youth program, let me say in church youth program, they are talking about, let me say, drug addiction. Now, you know, that drug addiction now, it's kind of something that is out of church, but you want to use church. You want to join everything together now. I'm bringing in the outside world with what it should be in the Christian family. You get?
Would you be adding Bible verses to it?
You can. I can.
Yeah, you can actually.
I can. So, because like I said, it's your choice of words that matters.
Okay.
That's it.
You know, you've actually had like 2-3 performances before we asked you to. So we're giving you like 1 minute to do a free performance for us. She didn't see that coming, but I know you can do it.
Okay. Like,
You
let
can
me
pick from
just-
any genre, actually.
Let me say, okay. Let me just use, I just posted on my page a few days ago.
Okay.
Okay. This. Can I start?
Start.
Okay. It's quite unfortunate that people are proud of committing crimes, making people cry, killing people to die, hurting souls and claiming rights. It's disheartening that criminals are left to roam about, covered in shields of power we call leadership. Of course, leadership is in danger when people who have not learned how to obey have been given the authority to command. Ever since I was a kid, I've heard churches saying the prayer for Nigeria in distress. But it might amuse you to know that these prayers were formed when this country wasn't that bad. And just as a dead cadaver rottens to form into bones, the situation has grown worse day after day. And it's quite unfortunate. Now, let me find an erotic poem.
Okay.
Okay. Let me start from... Okay. In the geography of my soul, you are the rivers, the mountains, and the seas. You are the landscape of my heart, for my heart has migrated to the country of your touch. So when I'm asked what love is all about, I'd quickly tell them about you, your sparkling eyes, and the way you look, and the way you look at me, with the amazing smiles on your face.
Oh my God. That was very, very amazing. That's very amazing. Thank you so much. Beauty, with the beautiful eyes, beautiful voice, outstanding lines that have been blowing my mind. Thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome.
All right, the show has come to an end. I'm sure you had so much fun. Whether you like it or yes, because I also had so much fun. Join us same time tomorrow, same station. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Don't forget to always tune in on SLTV channel 265. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. See you tomorrow.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
When you think of the foremost Igbo leader, the name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region or the southeast or whatever the Igbo nation is today, which goes beyond the 5 states of the southeast, recall that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Obara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I keep saying from 1960, as at 1964, just 4 years, he was able to turn the economy of the eastern region, mostly the Igbo people, because the eastern region you have the Efiks, you have the Bibios, you have the Ikweres and all the other tribes. Well, the Ikweres are Igbos actually. But Obara was able to use agriculture, for instance, industrialization, to take our economy from where it was in 1960 to being one of the fastest growing economies of the world within 4 years. And if you think that this was rated as at 1964, that Obara had been in office for just 4 years then, it was the coup that removed him of 1966, unfortunately. We have had an excellent leader in the past. He's not been the only one. Since him, we've had other great ones. I mean, we've had other leaders. Ojukwu, for instance, the late great Ikemba, was a great leader of our people. So we never really lacked great leaders. But what we need to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndibo, the apex organization of the Igbo nation, we should make sure that we stop electing very old leaders. And I say use the word very old advisedly, because I pray that I'm old. I pray that I get to 80 and plus. I am advocating that we go for a generational shift and look one generation down or one decade down, instead of going for the 80 plus, who should be sort of enjoying their retirement.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nigeria has the third highest burden of female genital mutilation globally, with 20 million cases and over 14 states highly affected. In 2015, the then president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, introduced a law to help fight FGM and, of course, punish the offenders. But some communities, especially villages, are not even aware that this law exists and are still practicing the act.
Female genital mutilation is a severe human rights violation that affects millions of women and girls worldwide, particularly in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The practice involves the partial or total removal of the female genitalia, often performed on young girls without their consent. An estimated 86% of females were caught before the age of 5, while 8% were caught between age 5 and 14, with an estimated 86 million girls worldwide said to be at risk of female genital mutilation between 2015 and 2030. The implication is that millions of girls are being robbed of their childhoods, health, education, and aspirations every day by the harmful practice. The prevalence of FGM is highest in the Southeast with 35% and Southwest with 30% and lowest in the Northeast with 6%. Medical experts warn that FGM has severe physical and emotional consequences, including chronic pain, infertility, and psychological trauma, which could last a lifetime, impacting not only on the individual, but also their families and communities.
There are some immediate and long-term complications of FGM. By cutting the clitoris is what gives arousal, okay? The labia minora you cut and majora may consist of some little secretions, organs that secrete and wet that area, okay? So you cut them, there's problem. So even the infibulation, it just opposes the opening for the vagina, so it makes it look tiny and narrower. So it can cause what you call vaginal pain during sex or sexual pain.
There could be some urinary problems, difficulty in urination. It could affect childbirth and delivery, where you can have a narrow opening for delivery.
There can be complications. The short-term complications would involve shock, infections, excessive bleeding, hemorrhages. Why? Because most times we notice that, 90% of the time we notice that the people that carry out these practices, one, are not medically trained. These are traditional experts that have little to no substantial knowledge of the human anatomy. Secondly, they do these things in septic conditions.
Sensitizing the community and the society at large on the effects of female genital mutilation, because it causes a lot of harm than good to the public.
A broadcast journalist, Hyginus Odo, emphasized that FGM is a cultural belief that should be eradicated and discouraged.
When a way of life becomes inimical to human, to life itself, when a way of life becomes inimical to life itself, what do? You have to review that way of life. And that's why it's not to eradicate the culture of the people in totality, but those aspects of the culture of the people that are inimical to the existence of human being in the society should be looked into.
Women's rights advocates shared their views on the legal implication of FGM during a recent Zoom session with Signature TV. A legal practitioner, Chioma Ode, revealed that the case of FGM in Ebonyi State often go unreported because victims are reluctant to report their loved ones, which she said is a major challenge in addressing the harmful practice.
Because one of the things that we have come to see as a challenge is that this mutilation or this cutting or this circumcision is actually carried out by the family, the parents, the guardians. And when you see that your family member, your father, your mother, your uncle, your auntie circumcised you as a female, chances of reporting the matter is slim. And even when you report the matter, even when you see the survivors, we call them survivors, that report this matter, or victims, as you may see them, that report this matter, it is also very slim to see that this victim or this survivor would actually want to speak up or to complain or to even follow this matter to a logical conclusion. It's very rare. So I wouldn't tell you that, yes, currently we have a case study, that this case study has actually been followed up to a logical conclusion. But whether female genital mutilation is a crime, is a crime.
More awareness needs to be created. In fact, I want to laud Signature TV for taking it upon you to create this wonderful awareness via your platform. It's a laudable venture, and I commend you for that. Okay, so, but I think, being a media person as well, I think that there should be much conversation around female genital mutilations. Being someone from Africa, and especially Nigeria, and most especially from the Southeast, where female genital mutilation is very, very prevalent, I think we need more creation of awareness.
The year's theme, Step Up the Pace, emphasizes the imperative of strengthening alliance, building movements, and mobilizing collective actions to end FGM. It is a clarion call for governments, civil societies, organizations, community leaders, healthcare workers, and individuals to unite and wage all-out war against FGM. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV.
Welcome to Teens Should Know, the TSK show on Signature TV, where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the tools to guide them, because when teenagers know better, they do better. My name is Ifoma the Prof Mwato, and I am your host on today's show. Today we are diving into a topic that every teen faces at some point, and that is the peer pressure. It's not just about being a teenager. It's not just about school, friends, or trying to figure out the future. It's about learning how to deal and handle pressures, saying no without feeling awkward. Today, I have a teenager who is right here in the studio with me. He's still in the middle of his teen's life. He will share his personal experience with us. I will introduce him after a short break. Stay tuned.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
You're welcome back to TSK show on Signature TV. And with me on the show for today's episode of Things Should Know is Victor Chukwu Ebuka Rollins. Victor, welcome to Things Should Know.
Thank you, Ma. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
How are you today?
I'm feeling a bit nervous, but I'm fine. I'm
Just
doing very
chill.
nice.
You don't need to be nervous, okay?
Thank you, Ma.
All right,
Thank
welcome
you.
to the show once again.
Thank you.
First of all, we are going to look at what actually is peer pressure and what does it feel like or look like for a teenager of today. You're a teenager yourself, so
Yes.
what, in your own words, what do you think peer pressure is?
Okay, thank you for having me. Okay, based on my understanding, I would say that peer pressure is the indirect or direct influence on a teenager to adopt a certain kind of value or belief or indulge in similar activities that has been influenced by his or her peers.
Okay, so what you're trying to say is that peer pressure can be direct or indirect.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's fine. Now, a lot of people think that peer pressure is about the big stuffs like maybe wanting to do drugs, the quick money syndrome, joining a cult, or doing some of those big things that teenagers of today do, wanting to drive cars, wanting to be a superstar and all of that. So do you think that there are other ways, little ways that peer pressure shows up in the life of a teenager?
Yes.
Okay.
I can give an example of, let me say for the guys now, our own peer pressure is sporty betting, sporty bets, bingo, all those things now. The rush to get money at such a young age is a pressure. It means some of us don't even know what we're going to use and do.
Okay,
but
you don't even know what you want.
You just want to get
But
the girls
money.
now, the trend of fashion, all these trending fashions, what they wear. So that are little ways that peer pressure can show up.
Oh, I see. So it's not just about wanting this money. Sometimes you don't even know what to do with this money, just to feel along, just to be like, oh, I do betting and I have this certain amount of money in my account. I see. So we know peer pressure shows up online, you know, most what people say online, what people post online. Do you think it affects the teenager, what people post online, like the social media?
Yes, 100%, because that's where they get their fashion ideas from.
Okay, looking at you now, Chukwu Ebuka, I want to ask you, has there been any time you were under pressure maybe to dress in a particular way, join a particular trend, or even sing a song that is trending?
Oh yes, I would say my own kind of peer pressure is dancing. Trending dance, yeah.
Trending dance.
Dance that trend online, yes. And I also love gist a lot. So when they say something like, okay, do you hear what Davido did, or do you hear what this person did? I'm like, I want to be current with the gist. So when they are talking, I'll be flowing.
Okay, but the dance you talked about, do you really dance?
Yes, I have passion for dancing.
You have passion
for dancing.
You love dancing. Yes. So if you are given the opportunity, you go into dancing.
Yes.
Is it as a hobby or
just a hobby.
Career?
Just a hobby.
Just a hobby. That's fine. Okay, let's go deeper now. I want to get a little personal with you. Have you personally experienced peer pressure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Will you be open to share with us what this pressure was, and at the end, what happened? How did it make you feel?
Okay, I won't go in details. I'm a kind of shy person, so I'll just I once had a peer pressure to get a phone when I was in SS1.
Wow.
Yes, and all my classmates had phone. Most of them were whining, but they would just show up like, I have phone. They talk about stores, and me, I would just get lost in the conversation. Okay. So I had to start using my mom's phone to get indulged in whatever they are doing in school. Okay. But at a point, I got addicted to the phone. Okay. And it wasn't my phone, my mom's phone.
Okay.
And it affected my academic performance to the point that I repeated SS1, a particular session.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
And it was that serious. Let me not say it was that bad. Yes. It was that serious.
Yes. And the painful part is those people that introduced me to that distraction, they are 1 year ahead of me.
Oh, they left you behind?
Yes. They didn't repeat with me. I was like literally the only one.
Oh,
so
that's a sad one.
It was a very huge lesson for me.
A huge lesson.
A very, very huge one.
Not wanting to be like others.
Yes.
And because sometimes, like in your own case, these people actually were having phones, but they were not actually addicted to it.
Yes.
They moved on while you were the one who was left behind. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to ask you another question. sometimes when we talk about this peer pressure, it's not even like somebody is coming to tell you, you must do this thing.
Yes, yes.
So sometimes it's just you wanting to do something.
Yes.
So can you differentiate actually between what influence and peer pressure is?
Influence and peer pressure. Okay, I'm going to give us an example, okay, to help us understand the concept between influence and peer pressure. Influence now, for example, when you're being enrolled into a school as a student, the influence that school has on you is you have to wear the school uniform. Okay. You have to come for assembly. You have to do this, you have to do that. Now, it's the normal influence that the school has on you. But when it comes to pressure, you enrolled into the school, you are a student now, you are in class. You find out that all your classmates, literally all of them, have bandana. My teenagers, we can relate. Bandana, yes. Okay, bandana. They have bandana, yes. And maybe it's a particular color, maybe just red. Everybody's like, you know, it's trending. Well, and then you now feel this desire to have it. They didn't ask you to get it though. You came down, you observed by yourself. You say, oh, this thing fresh, yo. It's fresh, it's fresh. Hey. So you now come like, let me just get myself one. You don't have money, you can't start pressurizing your parents, and that's just the difference between pressure and influence.
Oh, that's beautiful. Chukwuebuka Victor Rollins.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been sharing your ideas and your knowledge with us, and even your personal experiences, and that is very beautiful. I guess teenagers at home are learning, and parents are also learning. Let's flip it around a little. Okay. Have you ever stood your ground, like in that place where, you know, teenagers will say they want to whine me, I no panic, I maintain my steez, and my composure was intact? Has there been any situation where you stood your ground and you say no? I know it might not be easy anyway, it's always tough somehow, but were you able to say no? And after saying no, did you feel awkward? Were you feeling guilty? How did you feel afterwards?
Okay, I'll share an experience with you guys again. The second one is
you say you don't say you like gist.
I love gist. I love gist. Okay, so the second one is back in school after I repeated that SS1. I went to a federal school, and in that school we have our trend, and that trend is flying out your shirt, sagging your trouser. Some of them do wear their ties, the ties on their head after school over. Okay,
tie that was meant to be on the neck, on the head.
Yeah. So, but me, I came from a very good home by the grace of God, and they brought me up in such a way that there's how you have to dress if you want people to address you. So I normally do 6 to 6. My shirt, I'll button all the way up, and my tie will be all my neck, like, you know, hair.
Like a civil servant.
Yes, exactly. My belt will be all the way, you know, tight and fit, and I was literally like, we were literally few that dressed that way. So sometimes they'll be like, this guy is a nerd, or he's weird, or he's trying to show that he can't be pressurized. So that was a point that actually stood my ground. The way I dress, I don't want to look at people flying out their shirts. I want to maintain the way I dress, and that's how I maintain my own steez and composure. So looking different is one of the ways I stand out.
You felt good afterwards.
Yeah, I felt confident, and now most of them are like, "Wow, you are strong." So you still kept up with this dressing up until now. They are like, you kept up with this thing. So you see, at the end of the day, they'll still love you the way you are. They will love you and accept you the way you are.
Oh, that's beautiful. Chukwuebuka, I love that for you. I love the fact that you stood your ground. So I think this has to do because you mentioned something about the home where you're coming from.
Yes.
So you held onto your family values
standards,
and principles and standards. Okay. If I want to ask you now, like I would want to bring it into the real life. If a teenager said, I have tried, you know, like in your case where everybody is flying out their shirts, sagging their trousers, but you still maintain, you said is your, what did you call it? Your 6 to 6, okay. And maybe a teenager says, I've tried to be disciplined, but I keep missing it, you know, once in a while, today you're doing it, the next day you're off. And how will you encourage that person without making the person feel like, oh, you're a failure?
Okay. Yeah. I'll start off by saying that for the fact that you are trying, you are a strong person.
Okay.
You are strong, and for those that don't try at all, you are better than them.
Okay.
Because you are making efforts to maintain your family values, where you came from, the standards you were brought up with. You are trying your best to maintain it. So you are better than those who just sat there, and when they were exposed to the world, they just accepted whatever the world threw at them.
Succumb to the
just
pressure.
Succumb, but you are better. So my advice to you is keep trying.
Oh, wow.
Never give up, because if you don't give up, your chances of winning are not slim, but very big, very huge. Your chances of winning are very huge. Okay, so that's my advice to them. Never give up. Keep trying.
Never give up.
Yes.
Keep trying. This has been so interesting, and I love that you're standing up for yourself. It's tough, but it's powerful, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. Teenagers watching right now who might be stuck in a situation where they feel constant pressure. I hope you're learning one or two things from our conversation on this show. We'll go on a short break now, and we will get back. We'll continue in this informative and insightful conversation.
Yes.
Thank you.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken this vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back to Things Should Know on Signature TV, where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive, and parents are equipped with the tools to support them. It's been an amazing section with our guest on the studio today, Victor Rawlings Chukwu-Ebuka, and we'll continue with this conversation. Ebuka, you have shared so much wisdom today, and I celebrate you. I know people are watching and listening. Yes. What will be your advice for a teenager who is afraid, who is scared to be different? You know, peer pressure is wanting to be someone else or become what other group of people are doing. What is your advice for a teenager who wants to be different, but this teenager is scared?
Okay. My advice for every teenager out there that is scared to be different is, before you explode, because I would say that where this peer pressure is online and school, majorly for teenagers, online, social media and school. So before you were exposed to social media, you were okay, you were fine, you were comfortable. Before you came to school and you started seeing all these trends and all these things, you were yourself, you were happy. So my advice to you now is be confident, because not everybody will like you. Not everybody will like you for who you are. Just imagine, just see it as you are black, and the people that you want to like you, you're afraid of being yourself because you want the black people to like you, and maybe you are white. Well, if you are white, there are people that will like you. The black people will not like you, but there are people that will like you as you are. So be confident, be bold, and just keep it in mind. Not everybody will like me, but this is how I will present myself. I will bring the right people to me, and the right people is people that will like me. So I hope that will help.
That's
Build your
beautiful.
confidence.
That's beautiful. There's this slogan teenagers use in recent times. They say, everybody will not like you. You are not jollof rice.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, finally, on this show for today, what is your advice for parents who have teenagers that are struggling with peer pressure or this journey of teenagehood?
Okay. Our Nigerian parents, I greet you. My advice to our parents is that you should build a strong relationship, very strong relationship with your teenagers. Learn to communicate with them so you'll be able to notice when they start deviating from the standards and deviating from the values by which you brought them up. If you have a strong relationship with them, you're able to understand, okay, my child is not dressing some kind of way, behaving some kind of ways, doing some kind of things, and you now be able to instill confidence back into that child. Because it's only lack of confidence that will make you lose your feet being exposed to the world. Oh. If you don't have confidence, your feet will be strong to stand and withstand pressure. Okay. That's why it's called pressure. You have to stand. It's like a battle. You have to stand. So they'll help you. If you have relationship with your children, you're able to instill confidence back into that child and always make that child remember that they are unique and special. Encourage your children. Remind them they are unique and special.
Oh, wow. Parents at home, I trust you're listening. You need to remind your child every day that they are unique. Amazing teenagers, there you have it. Peer pressure is real, but it's also powerful. Yes. That you too, you are a powerful person. Yes. Also. So you are allowed to say no, you are allowed to grow and choose what is right for you. You don't have to follow the crowd to be seen, yes, known, or loved. Yes. I encourage you to join a community where teenagers are empowered to thrive, and also get yourself a teens mentor or a teen coach that will help you navigate the challenges of adolescence. You can send a DM or follow me on my social media handles on Facebook or Instagram, Ifoma the Prof Wato. That's my social media handles. It's been a wonderful time today on Teens Should Know. Yes. Knowledge, they say, is power, and I believe teenagers who are watching us have been empowered with the right knowledge to thrive. Dear teenagers, I encourage you to keep learning, keep growing, and keep showing up for yourself. See you next time on Teens Should Know on Signature TV. Make sure you are confident in yourself, uphold your values and your principle. Don't try to be someone else. So
be your own celebrity.
Be your own celebrity. I love that. And don't try to do what every other person is doing. Like I said earlier, keep learning, keep growing, and keep showing up for yourself. Catch you next week, same time on Teens Should Know. Bye for now.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to Teens Should Know, the show where we listen, learn and grow. Teens Should Know show is where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the tools to guide them, because when teenagers know better, they do better. My name is Ifoma the Prof Mwato and I'm your host on the TSK show. On today's episode, we are going to look at one thing that many and even we deeply connect with. We are talking about bodies, beauty, the changes that comes with growing up. It is called the body talk, loving myself through the changes. You know, a whole lot of girls, when they are growing, there are too many changes and they are like, I don't want this, I don't want that, I want to be like that, I want to be like this. So for girls, the teenage years comes with a lot of hormones, growth, and 1,000 voices telling them what they should look like, how they should act, and how they should be. But what happens when those changes feel confusing, uncomfortable, or even painful? How do girls learn to love themselves when the world keeps raising the bar? How? That's what we want to talk about today. So on today's episode, we'll be unpacking with the help of an amazing teen girl who is brave enough to share her stories. We'll be having a short break now, and after the break, we'll meet our guest for today. Don't go anywhere.
Every second, every minute, every day.
Hello and welcome back to TSK show, where we empower teenagers to thrive. And with me on the show today is an amazing young and beautiful teenage girl. Her name is Rejoice Benson. Rejoice,
Hi.
welcome to the TSK show.
Thank you.
How are
Hi.
you today?
I'm fine.
I hope you're not nervous.
No.
Are you ready to share a story with us?
Yes.
You're very ready.
Yes.
Rejoice Benson, your name is sounding like, are you a Nigerian?
Yes, I'm a Nigerian.
Okay, and there's no native name attached to your name. Where are you from?
I'm from ENUGU State.
Really? So
Yes,
what's
ma'am.
your Igbo name?
Munachimuso.
Munachimso, beautiful. So we'll be having Rejoice Benson talk to us about the body, the changes, and how to love yourself through these changes. So Rejoice, I want to ask, what does loving your body mean to you personally as a person? What does it mean to you? Is it about what exactly?
It's about appreciating the way you are, loving yourself, how God created you, not trying to change yourself or compare yourself to other people around you, your friends, your celebrities, just about being yourself.
Okay. They said they cannot hear her. Okay, we'll go on a short break now, and when we are back, Rejoice will be talking about loving her body, sharing her stories with us. Stay tuned.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Rythm market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello and welcome back to the TSK show where teenagers are empowered to thrive. And with me on the show today is an amazing young and beautiful teenage girl, Rejoice Benson.
Hi.
Welcome to the TSK show. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're fine. Your name is sounding as if you're not Nigerian.
I'm a Nigerian.
Are you serious?
Yes.
So where are you from?
I'm from Nigeria, ENUGU State.
ENUGU State. And you don't have any Igbo name attached to your name?
Munachimso.
Munachimso. Okay, welcome to the TSK show once again, and we want you to share your stories, feel very confident, and tell us what loving yourself means. So Rejoice, to you personally, what does loving your body through the changes mean? Is it about the looks, the health, the confidence, or something else? What does it actually mean to you?
Loving yourself through the changes your body means that you should love yourself how you are, appreciate the way God created you. Not minding how you look, not minding the changes that come, because as a girl child, you experience a lot of changes during the puberty stage. So loving yourself means you're appreciating those changes and not comparing yourself to your peers, your friends, or even celebrities.
Okay. Accepting yourself the way you are. Beautiful. You know, sometimes these changes can feel exciting and other times just confusing or even awkward, you know. There are some people like, I don't want this, I don't want that. So did you ever feel like your body was changing faster or slower than your friends or your peers?
Well, for me, it was a mixed experience.
Wow.
Physically, I felt like my body was changing faster
than
that of my friends. I felt like I was growing faster. But however, when it came to menstruation, I feel like I was slower to start. You know, I saw my friends get their period before me, and I was like, why is my own taking so much time? But I forgot that just because you're in a friend group doesn't mean you all are the same age. So some of my friends who had theirs first were, you know, older than me, and I was confused. You know, it was really confusing. So it was a mixed experience for me then. My body was changing in different places, in different ways. So I was really confused about the whole experience.
Okay, so there was a little comparison at some point.
Yeah, there was a bit of comparison.
Just a bit of it.
Yeah.
Okay, I want you to be honest. There's so much pressure out there to look perfect.
Yes, it is.
Where do you think most of that pressure comes from for your girls of your age?
I feel like the pressure to look perfect comes largely from social media.
Oh.
Because you see, when you constantly expose yourself to curated images or all these unrealistic beauty standards, you see yourself comparing yourself to celebrities, the things you see on social media, and you try to be like them. You forget that those pictures on social media, some of them are edited, some of them aren't really real, and you try to, try to change yourself, and that's where you now see girls trying to, change the way God created them, and that's where you see low self-esteem, and it's really damaging, because they now compare themselves to their school friends, celebrities, forgetting that we are not the same. Everyone is different.
Okay, so comparison actually bets low self-esteem to an extent. Okay, we agree that social media makes everything look so polished, right?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so do you ever catch yourself comparing your body to what you see online?
Well, to be honest, I do catch myself comparing my body to what I see online, because it's hard not to. When you see those pictures that have been edited, all these unrealistic beauty standards, you see yourself comparing yourself, trying to be like them. But I'm embracing myself and trying to be more mindful, trying to appreciate myself the way I am. So I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not comparing myself to those things I see online, and trying to appreciate what God has created.
Okay, that's beautiful. Let's get a little real now. Okay. You know, while I was growing up as a teenage girl, there are some things I didn't like about my body, especially my legs. I didn't like my legs when I was growing up. So I know you may have such experience. Is there any part of your body or something about your body that at some point you were not liking it, you didn't really like it, but now you're getting used to it and you're beginning to like it and embrace it?
To be honest, while growing up, I started noticing stretch marks, and I was like, it felt really different. I really didn't like it, especially when I felt self-conscious and annoyed when people will point them out. You know, you be in a gathering and then your friends will be like, oh my God, you have stretch marks. And I'll be like, of course, I know I can see them. You don't have to point them out. So it was really annoying at first. But however, over time, I'm trying to like appreciate them because it's not a disease. It's natural and it's common. So I'm trying to tell myself, I'm reminding myself that it's natural and I should just appreciate it the way it is. It's not really killing anybody. It's just there. You know, I'm not the only one. Many people, you know, have it. It's just a way of your body changing. So I'm learning how to appreciate myself and embrace the changes in my body.
Okay. So let me speak the Nigerian teenage language. Okay. Now stretch mark I get and no kiss person.
Yes, now stretch mark I get.
Oh, that's beautiful. Is there any point or is there something you're still trying to accept at this time? Maybe one or two that somehow in between you're like, oh, is there? Should I accept this? Should I work on it? Is there any part of your body that you're still trying to accept that, oh, this is how it is. This is how my body is working at this time?
You know, while growing up, I was really conscious about my nose. I'll feel like, oh my God, people, it's big. But at times, I started realizing that it's not, and I just started embracing the way I am. Because, you know, people would be like, oh my God, pointed nose, you need to have pointed nose. And I was wishing my own was actually pointed, and I wish it were different. But when I received compliments from people that you have a beautiful smile, and that compliment just boosted my self-esteem, and I'll be like, I don't really need to look, I just have to, this is how it is, I can't change it. I am not going to do any plastic surgery. Just accept this is how I was created. You know, just accept myself for how I am.
Okay. So you've received the bad comments, yes, and you also received the good comments. So between these bad comments and the good comments, definitely the good ones will make you feel better, boost your confidence and all of that. Can you just point out one or two things that people have said to you that are good comments that actually helped you build your self-confidence?
Okay, one comment that stuck with me was my brother. He said that I have a beautiful smile, and that has really boosted my confidence. Because to make me, when I go to a social gathering, I'll just start smiling. I'll just start laughing. And people are, why are you laughing? Why are you smiling? And that alone, that made me feel like, oh, I have a beautiful smile. Why shouldn't I smile? So that compliment can just lift my spirits and make me feel like, yes, I am beautiful. I don't need anyone to tell me my worth or tell me how I look or tell me how I should look.
Okay. You know, naturally there are days you feel like this is not just it.
Yeah.
You know, there are some places you'll be and you feel like somehow awkward, feel like somehow odd, maybe because of, you mentioned your nose or the stretch mark, but in those days or days like that, what actually builds your confidence? What do you look at inward and say, no, I'm cool, I'm fine?
Days when I feel less of myself, I just remember those compliments that I've heard people say, strangers, you know, be it my siblings, my families, even strangers. Whenever I remember those compliments I hear people say, I just feel excited. I feel, okay, why am I feeling bad about myself? When someone told me that I'm beautiful, when someone told me that I'm fine, why should I now feel bad? Once I remember those kind words, honest compliments, I just feel so excited and relaxed. I'm like, yes, I don't have to feel sad. Or even on tough days, once I just remember those compliments, I have a confidence boost immediately.
And you just have a good day and the bad day just goes away.
Yeah.
Oh, what a beautiful conversation this has been. It's been so real, so relatable. Hearing you share about the changes, the insecurities, and the journey of self-love reminds us that we are never alone in what we feel. These changes don't make us less. They don't make us less of human, but they all make us human. And every stage, every stretch, every shift is part of the story that is unfolding. We'll take a short break, but stay with us. There's so much more ahead. Just sit back. Things You Know continues after the break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
The word that often tells us to shrink. So let's keep the conversation going, because this journey, your journey, is worth every word. Our amazing guest is still here and we'll continue this conversation. So Rejoice, let's go. Do you think girls are taught to love themselves enough?
I don't think that girls are taught to love themselves enough. I feel like there is a change that we need to do, because we live in a judgmental society where everyone is trying to judge you the way you are. So it's crucial to change the way people talk to girls about their beauty or bodies, so that they can learn to appreciate themselves, so they won't compare themselves to other people.
Okay, this trying to talk to girls in a more different way, where they will have to love themselves.
Yeah.
Who actually sets the standards?
I feel like this is a standard for girls to love themselves.
Or like telling a girl the way to look, or a girl should be like this, a girl should be like that. Is it the society, the family, or just the peers?
I feel like it's the society and the peers, because you see a girl going out and then she now sees her friends looking this particular way. Maybe she goes online and then she now sees a celebrity dressing this kind of way, and then it will make the girl child to now want to dress like a celebrity, forgetting that they're not age mates, you know, trying to be like that person. You know, and then the girl child, maybe she's a celebrity trying to, you know, look this way, trying to do this kind of treatment on their skin, forgetting that you have different kind of skin types. That's why you answer causing having body image issues, body image damages. You see people trying to bleach themselves because they're trying to be like some certain kind of people. So I feel like it's the society that is setting these standards of how girls should look like or how they should be.
So the society should do better.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, I know some girls are listening to us right now.
Yeah.
So what will you tell a girl who is trying to accept the changes going through her body, who is going through these struggles, from your own experience and story? What will you tell the girl?
To all the girls out there going through self-acceptance, who are still developing, I would like to tell you guys that you are strong. You are beautiful just the way you are. You are beautifully and wonderfully made by God. Stand strong, keep your head up, smile, be happy. Don't let the changes to your body change you. It's natural. Everyone goes through puberty. Everyone goes through a particular stage. Don't try to change yourself because of it. You are still young. You're still learning things. Don't try to rush things. Allow it to go slow and steady. Know that you are a queen and know your value and your worth. Beauty is not just about physical qualities. It has to do with both your physical and inner qualities. So focus on yourself. Self-acceptance and self-love is the best.
I love this. I'm beginning to love myself the more, and I feel encouraged. So Rejoice, today, how do you feel sharing your story?
I feel happy and fulfilled. I just hope that my story gets out to all the girls going through similar experiences, so you can learn. I hope my story makes your confidence, you know, give you a confidence boost, so you can learn to accept yourself the way you are. Everyone is different. Everyone has their own flaws. You don't need to try to compare yourself. The person you're wanting to be like wants to be like someone else. So just try to be yourself. Don't copy anybody. This is your life. Enjoy it. Don't let anybody make you unhappy or try to define your worth. You have your worth, you have your values. Just be the queen that you are.
Okay. I believe that the girls out there are listening to you. So if you could describe your body in one empowering word today, what would that be?
Unique. I am
unique. Unique chop knuckle. I love that. Yeah, my girl. Oh, as we get ready to close, I just want to say how proud of you I am.
Thank
I'm
you.
very, very proud of you for showing up and for speaking up and for being so real today. This conversation matters because you too, you matter, and the teenagers out there, everybody matters. Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for sharing your experience, and thank you for sharing your idea. Your voice is powerful, and I love your honesty. It's actually a gift to your generation and your peers. So teenagers at home, remember this: your body is not a problem to fix, but a story to honor. Changes will come and go, but your words stay steady. Keep showing up for yourself with kindness, because loving who you are is the most beautiful glow of all the glows. I encourage you to join a community where teenagers are empowered to thrive, and also get yourself
still a cry for my ear. Destruction. Welcome to another interesting episode of From the Correspondent on Signature TV. Get ready for another episode of stories behind the headlines from our reporters who share their experiences on the field. I am Emmanuel Tewasi, your host, and on our lineup today we have many interesting stories lined up for your viewing pleasure. First of all, we'll bring you the World Press Freedom Day, which was marked on the 2nd, on the 3rd of May, focusing on AI in journalism, its opportunities and challenges. Then we'll go to a cuts visits and collaboration between AFIA and Signature TV to deliver quality service to the Southeast region. Then we'll look at issues of financial gambling in Nigeria, particularly the losses from the CBEX Ponzi scheme, which would form part of our discussion later in the show. Then we'll look at the massive wave of defection in ENUGU State from the Labour Party to the PDP. The former governorship candidate of the Labour Party in ENUGU State, Chijioke Edoga, had defected a few weeks ago, followed by the House of Representatives for Odeno Federal Constituency, who will bring you update on how it's going. Then lastly, we'll look at the call by labor union in Enugu State for the Enugu State governor to implement the new minimum wage. Then we'll also bring you the introduction of the door-to-door collection of refuge put in place by the Enugu State Waste Management Authority. All this and more will come your way after this break. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every pocket.
The world celebrated World Freedom Day on May 3rd with the impact of artificial intelligence on journalism and media taking center stage. This year's celebration highlights the growing role of AI in journalism, presenting both opportunities and challenges for media freedom. Let's take a look at this year's celebration.
World Press Freedom Day highlights the importance of press freedom and freedom of expression globally. It was proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly in 1993, following the recommendation of the UNESCO's General Conference. The press freedom is closely linked to human rights, particularly Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights and Article 9 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. This year's theme, Reporting in the Brave New World, underscores the importance of AI in journalism, particularly with the content creation, translation, data analysis, and fact-checking, as well as its attendant risks and challenges such as fake news, misinformation, and cyberbullying, among others. A veteran media practitioner, Christian Maduka, notes that traditional media is giving way to new trends, with AI playing a significant role.
The first question is, why should the press not be free? Who is afraid of the freedom of the press? Who is afraid of the society where the press, at the fourth estate of the ring, has been given the responsibility of reporting what is happening in the world? So whoever is afraid of that is a suspect. And that has been the fight all over. There are two sets of restriction of freedom. The ones that the journalists have put on themselves because of fear of what they suffered in the past. And the one that is there, if you report, you are dead. The coming of AI has become a threat to both sides. But it comes with potentials and a lot of benefits because it's technology. For the ones who are now supposed to be threatening or because the same as big threat, that's the people at the establishments. They're not safe with AI because there's nothing they do now that they will say is the traditional media that is. Because they are not safe with AI because even the citizen journalists who are everywhere with their devices can report anything. You find the most secret things in government places leaking.
Chioma Ude, a legal practitioner, emphasizes the need for accurate and transparent reporting, ensuring agreements between parties.
It's very, very important that the world media or press day it's today, and I also encourage them that they should try as much as possible to sieve and be sure about the information which they carry about, because it's not all about carrying the information but carrying the right information. If the information that you're carrying is wrong about a person, that person can actually sue you for infringing on his or her own rights.
An online media practitioner, Dr. Ifunanya Eke, believes new media trends should be accommodated as they provide a platform for voices to be heard.
Bloggers actually need that freedom because we're actually the ones that get the first sight information in the field. We're sometimes available at where we're needed, and the journalists or social media, well, the co-registered bodies are not there. So most times when we have this news firsthand, we now help broadcast this information. So getting people aware is actually what we do. So it's important to, give us that freedom because we need it. Our journalists, information is free, and because we are first hand in the field, we can all reach out to each other, try to get information as when necessary. But in as much as while we get that information, there are prior things we omit in the field, like safety first. Sometimes you get into an accident scene, and instead of trying to save the situation, you're just making videos. While we do that, we should just keep checkmating that moral discipline actually helps.
As new media continues to shape the media landscape, It's crucial to balance innovations with responsibility, ensuring press freedom and freedom of expression are protected. The World Press Freedom Day celebration serves as a reminder of the importance of a free press in promoting democratic values and human rights. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Welcome back. The management of Afia Television and Signature TV agreed to work together to deliver quality service and coverage to the southeast and south region of the country. One particular thing that is so significant about this partnership is the fact that this is the first time we're having this kind of partnership where two media outfits are coming together to partner to grow the talents, indigenous talents in the region. This was made known when the Chief Executive Officer of Afia Television paid a courtesy visit to the ENUGU corporate headquarters of Signature TV in Tinkers Corner, ENUGU.
The ever-evolving media industry is getting more complex and challenging, with running costs heading towards the rooftop. The challenge is even more with the television station, which requires more complex, sophisticated and expensive equipment to run. But Afia TV, the first privately owned regional TV station in the southeast after the default Minat Systems Television and the Signature TV, have agreed to collaborate and go into strategic partnership for the mutual benefit of both organizations. According to the Chief Executive Officer of Afia TV, Emeka Mba, such a collaboration and exchange of ideas will help strengthen their presence in the media landscape for greater success. Mba emphasized the need for innovative thinking in the media industry, particularly in the Southeast region, for survival and growth.
So having conversations around such thing is very important for us, whether it's Afia TV and I dare say for Signature, that both of us have some understanding if it's around security or insecurity. Telling stories like that, I mean, just an example, if the two biggest media organizations within here were to say, okay, let's investigate this thing and have a common, I think people will like, okay, for these two platforms to say this is a joint special report or investigative report, I mean, then it will travel much further. How we can work together to have more access is good and break the barrier. And also, I think what is even more important is that the people looking at us from the outside, that they understand that yes, we compete in the same market, but there are things we should fight for.
The President and Chief Executive Officer of Signature TV, Vim Martin Obiorilo, who appreciated the visit by the Afia team, recalled his tenure as a member of the board of the National Broadcasting Commission after Mba had served as its Director General, where he left a good record. Ilo, who stated that Signature TV is in ENUGU to collaborate with and complement rather than compete with Afia TV, suggested that the two stations should engage in joint and commercial projects to raise revenue for both stations.
I've been asked in a number of places, especially when we came, they said, Afia was there, what kind of relationship? I say it's complementary. We're here to complement each other. To add to, we are here to collaborate. There's no competition. The market is so big that if we sufficiently sensitize our people, some of your business, you will be just like the hotels, it's overbooked, so you look for your neighbors. Yeah. But come, help me put people here. But we need to jointly work on the psyche of our people. So I think that we need to collaborate. I don't think there's any governor or any businessman that will see you and I and some of our colleagues that want to visit them and talk about what we are doing, and they will say, we get out of here. And we should also use what we have to get what we want.
The president of Signature TV, Vim Martin Obiorilo, later took his visitors on a tour of the facilities at the station and later presented some items to them in appreciation of the symbolic visit. The coming together of Afia and Signature TV and their commitment to partnership rather than competition has a lot of promise for the media landscape, the audience, and the region. This will no doubt ultimately boost the fortunes of the two stations that have committed themselves to telling the Southeast story in compelling ways. In ENUGU, Ugonnawalo reporting for Signature TV.
Another Ponzi scheme has crumbled, this time it's CBEX. Life-saving gone, and yet still some claim they cashed out big as the dust settles on the CBEX Ponzi schemes losses. Correspondent Nasir Usman took to the streets of Abuja to find out why Nigerians seem so to financial gambling. Nasiru would be joining us via Zoom to talk about this Ponzi scheme, particularly why Nigerians, against all odds, keep falling victim of such dubious schemes. Let's look at that report.
Recently, the collapse of CBEX, another Ponzi scheme, has sent shockwaves across Nigeria, leaving many investors counting their losses, while a few people claim they made money.
All right, we'll bring you that report later on. Let's take Nasiru. Nasiru is joining us via Zoom from our Abuja studios. Nasiru, can you hear me? Welcome to the program. It's a pleasure having you once again on the show.
It's my pleasure. Good afternoon.
All right, Nasiru, thank you so much for joining us on today's segment of From the Correspondent. And there is a pressing issue on at hand, the issue of get-rich-quick syndrome, the quest to make money in a hurry, looking at, first of all, the economic situation and how the hardship is taking a toll on Nigerians. A lot of people for victims, a victim of this Ponzi scheme. Please, Nasiru, can you tell us what this whole CBEX thing is all about? What is even CBEX, if I may ask, Nasiru?
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. You know, this CBEX is a Ponzi scheme. It's a trading platform that defraud a lot of Nigerians. And many people are still counting their losses up to today, whereby they invest in the Ponzi scheme CBEX, thinking that they will get multiple income within short period of time. And to be fair with you, a lot of Nigerians cash out on CBEX, but those people that cash out are not up to those people that lost their money, because a lot of investors are still crying and are still in shock why such thing happened. Because the thing goes like this, that it is those people that invested early that they were able to cash out on time, because a lot of people know that this thing is a Ponzi scheme, but they still want to invest in it. They bring referral, they will ask other people, okay, this is a trading platform, you get, just put this, within 30 days your money is going to double. And you know, this kind of thing is going like that. A lot of people are falling victim into it, and the shock wave is still ongoing in Nigeria, and a lot of people are counting their losses, whereby they were shocked that CBEX is going to collapse so easily like that, because CBEX started in 2024. Let me just take what I jotted down here. It started in 2024, and after receiving the registration approval from the Corporate Affairs Commission on September 25, 2024, and the EFCC Special Control Unit against Money Laundering on January 16, 2025. So the scheme collapsed in 2025. That's in April last month, leaving thousands of Nigerians still helpless and counting their losses. You know, they are still shocked that this thing is going to happen like this, and whereas some are celebrating why they invested in CBEX.
All right, Nasiru, thank you so much for that insight on CBEX. We've seen the wave of this kind of schemes. We had MMA, we had some other ones quite prominent, which people invested a lot of money and ended up disappointed. But before we come back to why we have these trends occurring frequently in Nigeria, we'll take a look at your report or your conversation with Abuja resident on this particular issue. Let's look at that report. We'll be right back shortly.
Recently, the collapse of CBEX, another Ponzi scheme, has sent shockwaves across Nigeria, leaving many investors counting their losses, while a few people claim they made money. With financial scams on the rise, we took to the streets of Abuja to hear Nigerians' thoughts.
Why invest in something that will always crash? Something that they tell you it is the early birds that benefit from it. Unfortunately, Nigerians will still try. Most Nigerians would say there's this street slang. Most Nigerians will say, at all, I will not go, no life without risk, something like that. You must always take risks. If I make it, I make it. If I lose, I lose. We try again. So they will keep trying all of those stuff. CBEX is a Ponzi scheme, like you said. All these pyramid structures will always collapse. It's not a wise investment decision. Like I told my friend the other time, he was telling me to invest in the same CBEX. And then I told him that the interest they are giving you is too much to be realistic. It's going to crash.
So me, as far as I'm concerned, no matter how much people made from that things, I can't put my money because I don't even believe on it. I don't believe on it. I'm not going to do it, and I can't do it.
I wouldn't put my money on Ponzi scheme because it's against my moral ethics. Because I don't. If I want double up my money, I put it in a bank or fixed. So of course, Nigeria will still keep on falling in that situation, and it's as a result of greed and poverty. But then, as for me, I can't fall a bit. If I want to double my money, I make do business or put in a bank. I've heard of CBEX. Even prior to that, I think I've heard of also MMM, Twinkers, and something like that. So yeah, I've never invested in anyone before because before I do such a thing, I have to, as I said, I have to verify and know the source of where they come from because I know that people want to get rich easily. But before you start doing such things, make sure your instinct. Number one is if your instinct aligns you. Not that people that do their instinct, but you say that maybe because of the nature of the land or because of maybe they don't have much, they have to now venture everything that they have. But before you do such a thing, think twice before you do something so that when it happens, you commit, you as if you should have committed suicide.
Personally, I would never, because at the end of the day, it's a Ponzi scheme. Anything a Ponzi scheme, pyramid scheme doesn't last. It dies over time. There are other things I know you can put your money in. Just go ahead and do it rather than put your money in a Ponzi scheme.
I would never try it. I've never even done it. Even MMM and the rest, I never did that. I'm not a fan to Ponzi scheme. Anything I don't have control of my money in, I don't invest.
That's the opinion of Nigerians. From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
All right, welcome back. You're still watching From the Correspondent on Signature TV. We are discussing the CBEX Ponzi scheme that have left many crying and regretting why they invested their hard-earned money into that. And joining me via Zoom is Nasiru Usman, our correspondent from Abuja Studios, who is giving us insight about this whole Ponzi scheme and his discovery why he was working on a report concerning this. Before we get back to Nasiru, let's take a look at what the ENUGU State Waste Management Authority is planning to do to reduce waste, indiscriminate waste disposal and manage waste in the state by introducing the door-to-door collection of refuse and eventually phase out refuse dumps in the state. The acting managing director of ESWAMA, Richard Onaga, disclosed this when he granted audience to the management of Signature TV, which paid a courtesy visit to the headquarters of the organization in Enugu. Let's take a look.
The ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, has as its core mandate the maintenance of a clean and healthy environment. This it tries to carry out by implementing effective waste management practices that eliminate environmental threats and foster a greener, more livable Enugu state for all its residents. However, these efforts are being frustrated by scavengers who now throw away the refuse in the ESWAMA dumpsters and do away with them. There were several dumpsters right at this location in front of Signature TV office on Alo Street, Thinkers Corner, Enugu. Unfortunately, the dumpsters have been stolen by scavengers, forcing residents and other people to throw their trash on the ground. The result is what you are seeing here right now, a roadside littered with refuse. Receiving a management team from Signature TV, the acting managing director of ESWAMA, Richard Onaga, disclosed that the organization has lost several other dumpsters to unscrupulous scavengers.
What we are doing now is to find a lasting solution to this demeanors of these scavengers. You see them, you can pass some areas, you see that the waste bins are empty, but the floor is littered. Scavengers. They come at night, put their hand, pick up the bags, trash it on the floor, because they are looking for recyclables. So the government is working on a permanent solution to eliminate these guys.
But as a way out, ESWAMA has procured some tricycles which are now being assembled at its corporate headquarters for eventual deployment for door-to-door collection of refuse. Onaga believes that apart from solving the problem of illegal dumping of refuse on the streets, the issue of stolen dumpsters will also be a thing of the past.
The strategy is to go on street-wide door-to-door collection, whereby you don't need to go to the waste point to dispose of waste. All the means to us is that you receive public waste points. You go to your house with tricycle, pick your waste bin, pick your waste, put it in a tricycle, and go and dispose to the big waste dump. This door-to-door collection is the way forward for us to eliminate all the potential challenges associated with waste, illegal waste disposal. So, which we are already working on. We already have 10 tricycles. When we are having 30 now. So, before 15th of next month, we have a tricycle assigned to Thinkers Corner with no of two. They go street by street, picking from households.
The ESWAMA boss, who disclosed that the street collection will commence by the middle of next month, also said the authority is introducing 25 cubic meter waste bins that will be kept in strategic locations for refuse collection. Head of Program Signature TV, Chris Madoka, said the purpose of the visit is for the two organizations to work out areas of collaboration that would be mutually beneficial to both organizations.
We felt that we have something we can use to help your job, and that's publicity. And we are offering that. I made him an offer, we struck a very cordial relationship. He waived us our monthly payment, and we are giving that as part of publicity. And sending your people or you, when you have time, to come and speak before the monthly arrangement.
The visit is one in the series intended to build partnership with organizations and bodies in Enugu and the Southeast as part of its mandate to be the mouthpiece of the people and engender development in the region. I am Favor Nwachi for Signature TV.
You're still watching From the Correspondent on Signature TV, and today we'll be beaming our light on the rising concern of Ponzi schemes in Nigeria with our correspondent from Abuja studio, Nasir Usman, who did a report on that, and we've already started discussion with him on why these Nigerians often fall victim of such Ponzi scheme. We have MMM, we had MBA, then now CBEX, and each time such schemes come up, we get people who we find people who have fall victim of this kind of schemes. So Nasiru, back to you, if you're still listening to me. Nasiru, are you there? All right, so Nasiru, if you're listening to me, CBEX, you've been able to give us the background of what this whole CBEX scheme means. But then again, a lot of public outcry and media reports, including EFCC, the Financial Crime Commission, which has weighed into the matter and is investigating this issue. We've seen reports, media reports, where they have trailed this particular person who is in charge or who introduced this to Nigeria, to a particular country. But why this investigation is still going on? We also saw media reports where that says that they have resumed oppression in Nigeria. They have continued their oppression despite these issues that people raised. From your finding, what is the true state of the CBEX team or the investigation so far from what you found out on the field?
Okay, just last week, the head of the EFCC, head of media reports, Dele Oyewale, if I'm not mistaken, said the commission is still investigating the CBEX, and he said there's one national and one foreign national, Eli Bitar, a 41-year-old man. The commission has declared him wanted because he also is involved in the fraudulent activities that happen, which is being linked to the CBEX, and a lot of Nigerians have been arrested already concerning the CBEX, and there are some of them that willingly they went to the EFCC headquarters that, okay, we're involved in these investigators so that they will be clean, and the commission will do justice to Nigerians by providing relevant information that, okay, this is what they are doing. And from the EFCC spokesperson, he said the commission is still doing everything possible to make sure that they track this money and those people that are brought to justice. And they are cautioning Nigerians that Nigerians who love free things, anything that is free, Nigerians love is free money, anything that is free. So they are urging Nigerians that anytime there is anything like about this Ponzi scheme or anything that Nigerians find irrelevant or unnecessary, Nigerians should not invest in it, because a lot of investors are still counting losses, just like I've said earlier. And it's not the fault of EFCC, it's not the fault of the CBEX people. The CBEX, their own is just to introduce what they have, and it's now left for Nigerians to accept or to reject it. If you look at that vox pop that I did, majority of the people were saying no, they can't invest in CBEX. Anything that you bring two people to get this, invest and bring money to, I will add it up, or maybe after 30 days, your money is going to double. I will not involve myself in it. A lot of Nigerians still have the orientation that, yes, anything that is Ponzi scheme, anything that is not my own, anything that I did not do, I did not sweat for, is not going to last, or it's not going to, they're not going to invest in it. Why a lot of people were like, if another cryptocurrency or another trading platform is out today, they'll still invest in it. So those ones, that is their own mindset, that yes, that is what they want to do. If the cryptocurrency or trading platform is being introduced 100 times in Nigeria, they will keep investing in it, and they don't mind the consequence that is going to happen. As long as they invest in it, they believe they are going to get profit at the end of the day. Why a lot of Nigerians believe that no, as long as I did not work for it, as long as it is not my sweat, as long as it is not my legal money, this is my money, but it is not in a legal way, there's no way I can invest in it. So a lot of Nigerians are optimistic that whenever such thing happen again, they're not going to do that. For instance, and just like the MM that you mentioned, MMM was introduced in 2015 or 2016, I'm not mistaken, by Russian-born people. And it was happening, it was going, and all of a sudden it crashed. And a lot of Nigerians were crying that they lost their money. And to their biggest surprise, another Ponzi scheme was launched. I think it was in 2017 or 2018. Still the same thing. A lot of people invested in it. Now we have the MDA, we have the Loom Nigeria. Now we have the CBEX. A lot of people invested in CBEX. In fact, there's a musician that I know. I won't mention his name. He was even singing it on the live stage. He said his friend introduced him to CBEX and he invested 10 million naira in it. And before you know, the CBEX collapsed. Everything has gone. So he himself is not as if he's not business oriented, or he doesn't have the knowledge. He has the knowledge, but someone has influenced him that, okay, why can't you invest in this? You get double your money. Imagine for someone that has 10 million and invest in CBEX, thinking maybe after 30 days he's going to get maybe double or triple of that amount. Now imagine just an ordinary Nigerian that invested maybe with 100,000 or 200,000 naira. You know, a lot of people are cashing out. To be sincere, a lot of people are cashing out in it because sometimes they use some influencers that, okay, come and advertise this thing for us. Those influencers already know that yes, this thing is a Ponzi scheme, is going to crash at the end of the day, but they're after their own profit. They do advertise they advertise for them, and they get their own money. Even those people, they invest in it, but before you know, they withdraw their money and leaving those Nigerians, those are followers that are follow them, that are think, yes, this CBEX is true. Yes, so person has advertised it for us. So person is fan of it. So person is supporting it. A lot of people crash. A lot of people, in fact, a lot of people die. A lot of businesses collapse because of this CBEX. So I'm calling on Nigeria to make sure that they do the best thing, and the EFCC that are still investigating the issue, they are doing their best, because they are warning a lot of Nigerians that they should not invest in it. They should make sure that they invest in a legal way, and they should desist from getting free things that come from foreign people or foreign country.
Cyril, the thing is, you can't stop people from trying to survive, looking at the way the economy is and the hardship that is affecting all of us. I must confess that some years back, I also was a victim of something similar, but then EFCC coming out now to tell Nigerians to be careful of the kind of schemes or the investment they make. It's kind of unsettled, because the government has an agency that is responsible for regulating schemes or investment or platforms such as the CBEX, the MBA, and all of those ones we've had in the past. But then we keep having one experience, then another one, then the third one, the fourth one, and more or less the media just carry it. After that time, it dies down. I want to believe that EFCC didn't hear about CBEX the first time when the whole thing went south. CBEX gained a lot of traction in the media, on Twitter, and a lot of people invested in it. So I don't know at what point are we going to, as a country, at what point are we going to be proactive in putting up measures that will prevent such kind of incident from happening, because we've had it way too many times. I can mention about 3 or 4, and another one will still come after CBEX. So which government agency is responsible for this kind of action? What do you think can be done in order to stem the tide? Because it's so unfortunate that in the face of biting and very harsh economy, someone would take his or her life savings hoping to get a return, which for me it's an act of greed, only for the person to get disappointed. So you've already mentioned a lot of people died and all of that. How can we stop this kind of thing from happening over and over again?
The regulatory agencies should do their work. The EFCC, Security Exchange Commission, SEC, even though they frown at this Ponzi scheme of a thing, they regretted that a lot of Nigerians invested in it and it's happened this way. So one other thing is that I think a lot of people invest in it or do this kind of thing because of the mindset that they have. Yes, they want to do this thing. I believe I can get it. I believe more money will come if I invest in it. But to some Nigerians, they don't have the knowledge. They don't have the orientation. So I believe this is one of the work of the Nigerian or National Orientation Agency, NOA, to make sure that at least they inform Nigerians, they educate Nigerians, they enlighten them about some certain things. This is also another call for the EFCC and SEC. At least they should bring out some adverts, or they should bring out some jingles or some kind of information that they will inform Nigerians, they will educate Nigerians, they will let Nigerians know that yes, whenever there's anything like Ponzi scheme, you people should not invest in it. They should desist from it. If there's anything like that, you can report to the EFCC. Just like you said, the Ponzi scheme gained attraction on social media, on WhatsApp, on Instagram, on X. And I believe these anti-graft agencies, they're also on those media or social media outlets, and they must have seen what is happening. A lot of Nigerians must have been promoting it. Yes, do this, don't do this. I think that was the time that those commissions should have do something like enlighten Nigerians. Okay, don't invest in it. This thing is a scam. If you invest in it, you are on your own. So I believe when the security agencies, anti-graft agencies did that in the first place, it will be like a wake-up call to Nigerians that this particular thing is a scam and they won't invest in it. But since the anti-graft agency that should do the work kept quiet till when the thing happened like this, that a lot of people lost their investment. In fact, some Nigerians have to go to their headquarters in their head office in Ibadan. They cut away their properties, some things that they saw in those in their office. So that shows that Nigerians were not happy with it, and a lot of people found it so difficult and unbelievable that CBS crashed at the end of the day. I believe Nigerians can do better. And one other thing that I found that is causing the issue of this investing in Ponzi scheme or investing in trading platform is because they think or they believe they get double money. So poverty is one of the things that is affecting us as a nation. If our poverty level has reduced drastically, I don't think there is anyone or the people that we said they want to stake their money. It's just like Bet Nigeria, for instance. Now you say, okay, there's the match. Let me just say this thing over 2.5 or Google or first half go or something like that. It's not something that it will happen. It's just like you are just trading your money on it. You are just trying to gamble. Will it work? We don't know. Will it not work? You don't know. You only just to gamble it, and at the end of the day, if it works, fine. You celebrate, you'll be happy. And if it is the other way around, you'll be causing the team, or you'll be putting all the blames on the team that made you lost your ticket. So now it is a wake-up curb on Nigerians and on.
Nasiru, I really appreciate your insight. Because of time, we would not want to go beyond this. But then again, May 3rd was World International World Press Freedom Day. In 30 seconds, what is your take on the reality of being a journalist on the field in 30 seconds before we'll let you go, Nasiru?
Okay, concerning the World Press Freedom Day, I believe the press, to some extent, enjoys some freedom of press or freedom of expression, but I believe the Nigerian government can still do more, because in some cases you find out that the journalists or the press are harassed by either security agencies, by ministries and agencies and the rest, because sometimes the journalists will need some information that is very critical, that is very vital, but at the end of the day, they not provide it to them. So I believe we still have a long way to go concerning the media press freedom in Nigeria.
That has been Nasiru Usman from our Abuja studio, who spoke to us about the Ponzi scheme known as CBEX, which have made away with a lot of people's fortune, life savings and investment, if you would want to call it. It's been a pleasure having you on the program. Thank you very much, Nasiru.
Thank you for having me.
And back to our stories, the Labour Party in Enugu State has yet again lost another high-profile member to the ruling party, People's Democratic Party in the state. The member representing Igboeze North and Odeno Federal Constituency under the platform of Labour Party, Dennis Abo, announced his defection, which took place at the PDP State Secretariat GRA in Enugu. Let's look at how that event went.
The Nigerian political landscape has continued to witness a wave of defections almost 2 years to the 2027 general elections. Some political watchers have attributed the development to the unseen hands of the ruling party, both at the federal and state levels. The latest defection in Enugu State is that of Dennis Abo, who before now was a member of the main opposition Labour Party in Enugu State and member representing Igboeze North and Udeno Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives. Abo said his action is in response to the call by his constituents who want him to close ranks with the state governor, Peter Mba, an arrangement which they believe will be for their greater benefit. He said that being in the opposition will be an unnecessary expedition, going by the giant strides being recorded by Governor Mba in Enugu State within his first 2 years in office.
And make clear, particularly people from my constituency, for your understanding. Great people, you have wisdom, you have understanding, you have foresight, you can see, you can understand. Even the House of Assembly, all the House of Assembly members are with us, are in one place now. These are the full soldiers. And what are we saying? We are saying that opposition is very difficult in Enugu now. Very difficult. And one man has made it almost a mission impossible. And that is the performance of the governor. Governor, you are visionary. You can see very far. With your smart school, you have seen the next generation. And you are preparing the people of Enugu State, the children of Enugu State, to participate in that unknown future. There are so many things that you are doing. And you have given us the opportunity, the access to contribute our quota to what you are doing in Enugu.
The Enugu State Chairman of the PDP, Martin Chukwuwike, commended Governor Peter Mba for his effort to create a conducive environment for citizens of the state, which he said is driving growth and development.
So we want to thank everybody who made this day possible. Like they have always said, it's because of our governor's performance. 2027 will be very, very seamless. It will be very, very easy. We are going to deliver on all the promises because if all these people are with us, who can be against us?
The Igboeze North PDP woman leader, Chioma Ezeja, congratulated Dennis Abo for the bold decision he took, urging him to work closely with Governor Peter Mba to attract more development to the area. She also emphasized the need for the inclusion of more women in governance at various levels.
One of my expectations from Right Honorable Dennis Nnamdi Abo, the things that the governor is doing in our state within the month of, let me just say, within 2 years now in office, is not what you tell people. It is visible, and his works are visible. So my expectation from Right Honorable Dennis Abo is that he will emulate the governor of Enugu State in his good works. You know, they said that iron sharpeneth iron. I pray that now that he has come back, that they will join hands together to make the dreams of His Excellency for Enugu State to come true. I want him to advocate and promote the law that promotes gender equality. I want him to carry the women along in politics.
The defection by Abo is coming shortly after that of the 2023 governorship candidate of the Labour Party, Chijioke Edoga. From the PDP State Secretariat, GRA Enugu State, Ugonna Owalo, reporting for Signature TV.
You're still watching from the correspondent on Signature TV. The Enugu State branch of Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, and the trade union TUC have appealed to Governor Peter Mbah to improve the payment of consequential adjustment of the new minimum wage to reduce the plight of workers in the state. The union leaders made the call during the 2025 Workers' Day celebration held at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium.
The labor unions highlighted the plight of workers in the face of the excruciating economic condition that appears to get worse with each passing day. Despite their tireless efforts, many workers continue to face challenges complicated by the non-implementation of the minimum wage and the consequential adjustments in some states of the country. At the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, Enugu, the Nigerian Labour Congress chairman, Enugu State Chapter, Fabian Nwibo, said the minimum wage received by workers in Enugu State does not contain the consequential adjustments. He pleaded with the state government to correct the anomaly and lessen the plight of the state workers.
It is obvious that people tend to deviate from their mandates when they find themselves in a precarious situation like the present economic situation in Nigeria, where a worker's take-home salary cannot even take him to the bus stop. Feeding and other necessaries of life have become luxuries, and the average worker is living like a pauper. But we are encouraged to remain firm and reclaim the civic space, because a silent worker is a suffering worker.
He also appealed to the state governor to hasten action in the ongoing verification of pensioners in the state and resume the payment of arrears of pensions and gratuity to workers who retired in the ministries, parastatals, local governments, as well as in the primary schools without delay. Chairman of the Trade Union Congress, Bennett Asowa, said that the issue of consequential adjustment is a major component of the minimum wage, which should be firmly addressed.
We are also in need of a whole lot of other things, Your Excellency, which we want to bring to your notice. One of them is the issue of consequential adjustment.
Governor Mbah, who was represented by his chief of staff, Victor Ude, thanked workers and their leaders for their sacrifices and the industrial harmony in Enugu State. He assured them of the governor's commitment to the improvement of workers' welfare.
TUC in his speech may seem quite challenging, especially for our senior citizens, but it was conceived with the best intentions, which are to lay the groundwork for seamless payments of pensions and gratuities. Today is not a day to outline this administration's many milestone accomplishments. Today is an opportunity to thank you for the industrial harmony that has prevailed in Enugu State. It is generally reflective of the maturity of the leadership of the unions and the entire workforce.
The message from the 2025 Workers' Day, as in the previous years, is simple: that Nigerian workers deserve a better deal and improved welfare package from those who manage the country's resources to reflect the current economic realities in the country. The full implementation of the new minimum wage and the consequential adjustments for the workers and, by extension, the retired public servants is the least that can rightly be asked for in ENUGU.
Welcome back. It's been a wonderful time with you on our program today. If you're just joining us, we had a discussion with our own correspondent from Abuja Studios, Nasir Usman, who spoke on the new wave of Ponzi scheme, particularly the issue of CBEX, which have gained a lot of attention from various stakeholders, including the government and security agents who are trailing the people involved in this Ponzi scheme. Following the death and burial of Pope Francis on April 26, 2025 at the St. Mary Major Basilica, cardinals are about to go into a meeting, a conclave, to discuss the future of the church, and the conclave to elect the next pope, which is set to begin by on the 6th of May, from 6th of May to 11th of May 2025. The important question remains, will the call for an African pope by the Catholic Church in Africa be answered? With 18 African cardinals among the 135 and the continent's growing Catholic population, accounting for 20% of the global total of Catholics, hopes are high for a historic first black pope to emerge to continue Pope Francis' legacy. Will this dream actually be achieved? And that's all for on our segment today on From the Correspondent. We draw the curtains here, and until we come your way next week, I am Emmanuel Tewasi. Have a nice day and a wonderful week ahead.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to Southeast News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. It's been raining. It's a bit cold, but it's a wonderful atmosphere here in the studio in ENUGU. And the headline, fire razed shops at Ogbeta Main Market, ENUGU. This story and others will definitely come your way if you stay with us. A fire broke out at the Greater Main Market in ENUGU along the Phone Ancestors Lane near Holy Ghost Cathedral. The ENUGU State Fire Service, assisted by traders, responded quickly to contain the blaze. No official reports confirm the extent of damage or casualties and the cause of a fire. The Institute of Management and Technology The Institute of Management and Technology, IMT ENUGU, has announced sanctions against 28 students implicated in sorting lecturers for grade upgrades. This was disclosed by Director Professor Gozie Obodo during a visit by PhD students from Institute for Peace, Conflict and Development Studies, PCDS, at ENUGU State University of Science and Technology, ESUT. Professor Obodo emphasized that the institution will no longer tolerate the practice, stating that both students involved in sorting and the lecturers accepting bribes will face punishment, highlighted the importance of upholding academic integrity and merit-based grading. During the visit, Professor Bodo also expressed interest collaborating with IPCDS to promote peace in ENUGU State and beyond, commended the Institute's efforts in shaping students into ambassadors of peace, and stressed the need for modern conflict resolution strategies in today's technological age. The visiting PhD students, led by Ben Moye, emphasized that peace is crucial for human existence and development. Academic Coordinator Chid Dozie Nwafo was also present during the meeting. A Nigeria police force said it has rescued 12 trafficked children in Abia State. Police arrested 2 individuals for operating an unregistered and illegal motherless babies' home within their residential apartment located at the Korekbene Road, Aba, in Abia State. The statement by the force spokesman Muyiwa Adejobi said that the children, ranging in age from 6 months to 14 years, housed in the premises, are from various villages in Aruchuku area. Suspects are currently under interrogation and will be charged to court upon conclusion of investigations. From Abia, we go now to Imo, where the State Police Command has intensified efforts to track down gunmen who killed a man and kidnapped his wife in a shocking attack at ENUGU, Owerri West local government area. The incident occurred while the couple, accompanied by 2 land agents, inspected a piece of land that allegedly purchased. Agents escaped with one reportedly sustaining injuries. The police spokesperson, DSP Henry Okoye, confirmed the ongoing search operation to apprehend the perpetrators and rescue the kidnapped woman. Police promptly arrived at the scene, evacuated the victim's corpse, and commenced investigations. The command is working diligently to unravel the circumstances surrounding the attack and bring the culprits to justice. The motive behind the attack remains unclear, but authorities are exploring all possible angles. The Imo State Police Command urges everyone with information to come forward and assist in the investigation. That's the news. When we return, we'll start our conversations. Stay with us. Glad to know you're still on us, watching us, and staying with us on Southeast News. We're turning our attention to look at why is it that all over the Southeast, we talk about the cultural attributes and the cultural values. We talk about our identity as people of the Southeast. We talk about our beliefs in the Southeast. When it comes to tourism, we just look at it as a passing fad without doing anything seriously about it. If you go to East Africa, Kenya is known for making millions of dollars from tourism, and you can't talk about tourism without cultural attributes. So today we're going to have that conversation on how to develop the culture and tourism potential of the Southeast. With me in the studio is a former secretary of the Board of Culture and Tourism in ENUGU State, is High Chief Izueke Eddie Okolo. You're welcome to Southeast News.
Thank you for having me. I am glad to be here with you to discuss a very salient issue concerning our state and Nigeria in general. We are talking about tourism and the essence of culture, arts, and of course, nature. So I thank God for our state ENUGU, that God has bestowed on us what we should be bragging for, what we have no other people has. So ENUGU has its comparative advantage on various areas that could boost tourism in the state. So if I begin to mention, culture is the most important one, because we cannot just go back to that type of tourism that you can find out in Rio de Janeiro or California. We have our own, what they are looking for, and that is culture. When we come to ENUGU State, we are built from culture. We are grounded in culture. So if I begin to talk about our norms and ethic, cultural values, respect, welcoming visitors, hospitality, this is what we have, that we use it to surpass every other state. And it's attested by the few people that have visited us. But on this balance, I'm pleading with the government in power to provide the enabling environment that will make these areas thrive. For instance, culture is our stronghold, starting from masquerade or Mon Festival, what we call Mon Festival in our place. But unfortunately, whenever Mon Festival is floated, the people of ENUGU claiming to be holier than thou, we'll be talking that the governor has dragged the ENUGU state to begin to worship idol. But that is far from that. Our masquerade is where the art is embedded. So when we talk of art, we talk of expression of skill, talent, and all other things that creatively God has endowed in you. It might not cost you too much thing, like building a house. That thing is innate, it's in us, it's living in us. So coming to express is very, very cheap. So if ENUGU State provide theater for our teeming youths who are grounded in cultural background like folklore tales, like songs and music, dance of different types. ENUGU has dance steps that the world is copying now. You can attest with me that if you see Ogene music of ENUGU, you see the dance step of Achikoro, you see the dance step of Atelogu, you see Okanga, you see Igede, you see Ipa. It's a very noble thing to behold. It addresses kingship and royalty.
Thank you, sir. But why do we always quickly run to government providing an enabling environment? Have we, in our local areas, developed this arts, the music, the culture in such a way that people will be willing to come down there all across the Southeast? If you don't say you are, nobody knows where you are. You mentioned Atilago. I remember long ago, Atilago represented the Igbo identity. Anywhere it's played, people will talk about,
even Nigeria.
That is Igbo identity. Yes. All the dance steps across the landscape of the Southeast, all the culture, everything that is interconnected, even the various dialects, they represent the Igbo culture. But why is it that we always wait for the government? What can we do as a people, let's say from the local area, what have they done to ensure that somebody will be willing to leave their comfort zone to come and visit and see the culture of the people there?
Thank you very much. There is this popular adage, Igbo adage, that says, Onye jigu ka egu na-eso. The government has the resources. They have wherewithal. We have the music. We have the dance. We have the culture. It is in us. It is innate. We don't need to run out. But we don't, you don't value what you have. We don't think that that thing we have that people cherish, that people are looking for, we might not know how to package them. But we are saying that, we are not saying that government will come and prepare or begin to arrange or prepare people to dance or whatnot. But we want to tell them, please give us arena, give us platform where we can do all this. For instance, I mentioned theater. There is no theater as old as ENUGU is. There is no art center in ENUGU. We have artists of various standards produced by IMT, University of Nigeria and Nsukka, College of Education in Hamfu, College of Education Technical. Mention them. GTC, we have artists. They always run to Lagos. I was in a party held for the then governor of Delta State, Udaya. When the artists want to honor him, the commissioner read in his, one of the, RMD was Commissioner for Culture and Tourism then. When they want to thank Udaya, they say, thank you, Udaya, for making artists leave ENUGU for Asaba.
I was going to come to that.
It's unfortunate.
I was going to come to that
it's unfortunate.
Because
so,
I know that the early beginnings of today's Nollywood, ENUGU,
started from ENUGU.
Was the base.
Yes.
Most of the early movies in Nigeria were filmed in ENUGU. There's this hotel along Obiago axis that was the hub of where people go for auditions and other things.
Yes.
So the question still remains, is it just government or are we missing something? You know why I'm asking that? In every community,
yes,
let me localize it a bit. When you want to have your meetings, the meetings are held at the center of the town. You're talking about Rio de Janeiro. Let me take you a bit to the recent one.
Yeah.
The Osun Osogbo Festival.
Yes.
Is done in a local place. There are no theaters. But people came together and made it where it should happen. And it's happening. And every year, you see people from around the world, they go there. Why can't it be the same in the Southeast? We have museums. We have the Ojukwu Bunker. We have the first private airport, the Uli, the airstrip. We have so many things to showcase. We have the Ogbunike Cave. We have so many things. Why are we waiting for government? Why are people not investing in tourism? Government may be able to provide some other infrastructure, security. What about the others?
I'm still coming to that. I will still hold government responsible for not doing the needful. The Igbo Ade says, and Sidinafa de Shishi, they've prepared these things in their localities. They need a platform, they need an arena where to showcase it. That is when they showcase it, and the investors now will have the opportunity to see them and know the type of attribute you will play on that platform. So what I am saying about this initiative, you know our setting, the Igbo setting, we are traders, we sojourn to all various other states, where urbanization has taken people away from their home. So all these things, we need to have a way at the center where people run to urban area. We need to have an arena where you can get what we call talent hunts, where you can get all these young people. You see a beautiful place. For instance, I still use theater as an example. If we have theater here, the government don't even need to come. We have Council for Arts and Culture. We have Ministry of Culture and Tourism. People will be invited, auditioned, and put them across. The music is a very simple thing for them to take over. The organ music, we have them in various areas. During their normal competition, during Christmas, Easter, but there was no gain coming to that. People were not seeing them at that level of investing. It is government that will have the platform or create that enabling environment to put them together, harness them, so that you will tell people that there is gain in this thing, and people will come. For individual cases, they have been there, they have been doing it. It's very interesting. They are there, but they take it as, what do you call it, hobby, a realization thing. But this time, we want to make it business. There should be an advocacy area, an advocacy platform to tell them that if you put it like this, we are going to help you to this level, and so on and so forth. I know my people, I've been there. I know what I suffered. When you call them to ordinary festival or to come and perform for people to see, they say, government, how much are you going to pay? But I'm telling you that if, like we have gallery, we don't have gallery here. You don't need to pay an artist to produce his work. Just put a gallery up. Collect works from artists, put them there. People that are coming into ENUGU, we go there and see them there and buy. People call me from various places and ask me about artwork. I'll begin to phone individual artists, making contact. But that's not what it's supposed to be. We're supposed to have a gallery. We have, ENUGU has historic places that can make up for tourism. This is a co-city state. And it is known all over the world that ENUGU has one of the best coals around, dating back from 1909. Now, the coal miners, there was a time I was writing to governments about this. When you get to coal mine, the coal mine itself, Oyama coal mine, Asata coal mine, you will find out that these scavengers carry plants with a power machine, go there to cut the iron used to brace the place. Instead of government getting in to preserve what they have and declare them tourist centers, it is not done. Such areas supposed to be declared tourism centers and preserve what is there, put security there, put it in a way. That is why I say we must call government. We have beautiful lakes here and around in every place. We have the hills. ENUGU is built on hill. It took its name from the hills. We have beautiful hills ranging from Ogu to Uji down to Nsukka, then Ezeagu places. We have beautiful caves here and there. When the director of tourism, National Tourism Board, came to ENUGU, he said, I wish they could build our home here so that ENUGU will be the tourism base of Nigeria, because they have everything. When I begin to talk about tourism, we look at it at a very high level, but that thing we are looking at up is just within your foot, just around you. Okay, I went into an old building in the Ministry of Information, Ministry of Information. You get there, you see old typewriters. You see braille writer, typewriter that are damaged. These are such things we should package. Go to places, collect gramophone, put a beautiful historic gallery, so that when people come in, they are here, they are bound. Every one of us know the story of Japan, when the Hiroshima saga. So they banned everything foreign, everything Western, and they concentrated, getting flip radio, getting all that things, disintegrate them, study them there, and today they are the best in electronics. This is what we can do here. But I don't know. When you talk, if you put your proposal will miss along the way. So I don't know. These are when I begin to talk about, it gives me bleeding heart when I see what we are missing. People are not looking at it at all. When we talk of cultural tourism, the masquerade festival we have can substitute for any type of carnival you are thinking of. Let me remind you, when we went for the National Carnival in Abuja, ENUGU used to get first position in masquerading. But the one-time governor from Nasarawa State, who has been in the Art Council, fortunately he became the governor, invited the director of culture. I said, please, what is it that ENUGU has in masquerade? Go and studied it, and I want to take. And since then till today, they have been taking first position. That is the power of government.
Is that just the power of government?
That is the power of government. When they have the will.
Hold it. You know why I'm asking? If it's the power of government, ENUGU was always taking first position because of what? Originality.
Originality, yes.
So at what point did ENUGU lose the originality for the other state to now take over?
Yes.
Because a masquerade from the southeast is different from a masquerade from the north.
From the north, exactly.
So at what point did we probably decide that, oh, now it's time to start imitating what the others are doing, and we're losing it? That's one. Two, While you were talking, I was asking, you are passionate about culture. You're passionate about pushing it so that people will understand it better and invest in it for others to come in.
Exactly.
But I know, and you know, that there are like-minded people like you. So at what point do proposals get missing when like-minded people are in the corridors of power to see that these things come to light? Why are we just comfortable and in our comfort zones, just knowing that if you go to our home, this cave is there.
Yes.
But it has no cultural value. If you go to parts of Eziago, there's this waterfall there, no cultural value. It cannot attract any tourist. Are we not the biggest losers?
Thank you very much. We are losers because we don't know. I told you that we need advocacy visits, and coming from people like you and myself, probably we might be looking at our pockets, we cannot do it. And that is where I call in government to help. Since they have created the State Council for Arts and Culture, created the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, they need to equip them, provide the necessary, needful items for them to visit. I was in one of the radios around today. When we were talking, I said, you people are studio radio officers. Why don't you reach out? That is what we call the beer parlor journalism or studio journalism. There is no more investigative journalism. We need to go out. You mentioned there is no community in Enugu, you mentioned, without one beautiful tourist attraction. You see everywhere. So we are not just mentioning. Eziago has, in Obunofia, we have what we call Enugu Tourism Complex. Within one periphery, you see a deep blue lake. You will be thinking that you are in a high sea. Very neat. If you put pin by the side of that lake, you are going to pick it. Very, very neat. Nothing is doing there. We have cave, the Oba. When you get into that Oba, you see a kind of gallery as arena where palace, where God stays and decides what happens. You see all these things. You go to a waterfall, you see the hot stream, you see the cold stream in one place and waterfall. So when I was explaining, I said that was the God's jacuzzi. Okay. The lake is the swimming pool. The shower is the waterfall is the shower. That is why God bath. And you see where it stays. Within a periphery of, you don't even need to drive. Don't even need, you trek from here to here, you get all these things. If you go Tachi, you see hot spring. You see Odoro. If you go to Mako, Mako is the source of Mamu River. Mako is the source of Oji River. If you go to that place, you see wonderful what nature has placed on our hand. If you go to Ezimo, if you go to Opi here, Opi has about 8 legs, chain of legs, 8. Where do we come? You've mentioned the home. Or are we talking of fast-moving rivers that can even be small hydroelectricity be generated? Yeah, we have Oji River, we have Mamu, we have Do, we have many of them. Nam, all these rivers, you see them. We have beach, Nyamba Beach, Nankano here. You would think you are in the coastal level of the country. These are all domiciled in Enugu. So I call government to help the community, teach them, put up workshops. Even if you don't do it by yourself, place a workshop, call the Igwes, call the town union and youths from the villages. Have a workshop with them, teach them how they will go about these things. It will help increase your internal generated revenue. These are natural things that you don't need to spend much. That is why I'm saying that entertainment industry, tourism, arts, and culture is a better replacement for oil, for this crude oil everybody's running for. So, my dear, I don't know. For the facts we have already started. Okay, I visited Calabar. They have wonderful. There's a Cross River. They have wonderful orchestra. Orchestra band has been functioning in ENUGU during the time of Nelly Uchende. She was the leader. What is happening to it now? You write and write and write, no reply. So we need at least the one that is obvious. I am betting myself. If we have Art Center today, we'll be netting certain amount to His Excellency every month.
Or to His Excellency or to the revenue of the state government?
Yeah, that is what I'm saying now, for him to work, to the treasury of the state government. Because I want a situation where we have an art center. For instance, we have old buildings here and there, like old House of Assembly. If it is declared art center today, by the back of it, we build workshops, invite artists to rent at a reduced price. That becomes a workshop center. They will be producing work. Now we float craft and art market. When you float craft and art market, any sales you make there, the artists, you will take commission, the artist will take his money. They will be happy with you. You are helping them. You are empowering your own people. So these are where we will start. Now, we have great people born and bred here in ENUGU. Many of them, like I met High Chief Eden Duke when he was minister. I said, we are waiting for you. They say they are waiting for us because the festival in Nigeria was formed and formulated from here in ENUGU. Before you do the festival, all this festival they're doing this. The people, Wokoro Biago, Aguna, and so on, Lawrence, they put up, Emeka Lawrence, they put up this festival. They were invested in Kaduna, and that turns into Nigerian Festival of Art and Culture today. But it started here in ENUGU. So if the whole nation is looking at us, waiting for ENUGU to take a lead.
So how long are we going to wait?
I don't know. I am pleading with you people that reach out. Be our advocates so that people will think home. Just bring their minds down. You are looking for Igbo people, but what we are looking for is here with us, what we can get.
Yes, but you know that by the time you have people coming from all over the world to see the natural wonders you have, that is when you begin to make revenue.
That is it.
And that's when your investments yield.
Tourism, it has what we call down the line chain reaction. I have put a paper on that, but you know, nobody reads now. I'm passionate about writing, but nobody reads. When you talk of tourism, people getting it. I put a handbook of ENUGU, so that if any visitor is coming in to ENUGU, you lay hand on that small book. By the time you get to your hotel, you'll be known about the history of ENUGU, the administrative pattern of ENUGU, the people that built ENUGU, the communities and whatever, about this coast city. So it's there. Then, coming in there, the first contact you make are the commuter drivers. We must be putting up workshops for them because they are your mirror. If you don't train them very well, they paint you black. We need to train them. By the time they are getting Governor Duke, when we visited Cross River, was telling us that he was in America. Then he entered the cab. So the driver asked him, "You're from Nigeria?" "Yes." "Okay. I like Nollywood. I like Mama G, that woman is wicked. So you see, it's an ordinary cab driver. So giving you what is in your own country. And the governors might be thinking so big that they will not even look down to know the value of what these people can put on table. It's interesting. So that is what I'm looking for. I want us to, because every other person will benefit. The pure water seller, when I did a paper for Igwansi in Eke, from the people that are doing some study research about it, I was invited to chairman that occasion. I told them that Igwansi in Eke is not just about the drumming. The Igbo ENUGU, that is marathon, could be enshrined into it, because there is this race to determine those that will go for war. There are history behind all those things. Oh, that's Igbo ENUGU could be train people that will be doing marathon for us today. Then that Igbo ENUGU. Then the Okada, people that bring people that will come and
visit us into the
they will make their pockets will smile. The people that sell Opa, their pocket will smile. The people that sell pure water, their pocket will smile. So you cannot begin to name the gain is inexhaustible.
I just have to let you go. High Chief Izueke Eddie Okolo, former Secretary, Culture and Tourism Board of Enugu State.
Enugu State Council of Arts and Culture.
Yes. Thank you for coming on
God for
the Southeast News.
Yes.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you,
and
sir.
My parting word is this: don't give up.
Yes.
We must
But
work together to turn it
I have a word to give
and the
you.
Southeast.
Yes. My parting word also is that I want you people to help us, because we might not know it. And I am passionate about where we have a comparative advantage, which is in our culture. Even if we are going to do carnival or doing festival, more festival connotes art on art its entirety. Visual art, performing art, and literary art. All is embedded. Mawabani, the jelly, colors, glamour, austerity, the scintillating dance steps and all whatnot. It's interesting. Thank you for having me once again.
Thank you too. We're taking a quick break, and when we come back, we'll take you somewhere. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
When you think of the foremost Igbo leader, the name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region or the southeast or whatever the Igbo nation is today, which goes beyond the 5 states of the southeast, recall that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Obara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I keep saying from 1960, as at 1964, just 4 years, he was able to turn the economy of the eastern region, mostly the Igbo people, because the eastern region you have the Efiks, you have the Bibios, you have the Ikweres and all the other tribes. Well, the Ikweres are Igbos actually. But Obara was able to use agriculture, for instance, industrialization, to take our economy from where it was in 1960 to being one of the fastest growing economies of the world within 4 years. And if you think that this was rated as at 1964, that Obara had been in office for just 4 years then, it was the coup that removed him of 1966, unfortunately. We have had an excellent leader in the past. He's not been the only one. Since him, we've had other great ones. I mean, we've had other leaders. Ojukwu, for instance, the late great Ikemba, was a great leader of our people. So we never really lacked great leaders. But what we need to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndibo, the apex organization of the Igbo nation, we should make sure that we stop electing very old leaders. And I say use the word very old advisedly, because I pray that I'm old. I pray that I get to 80 and plus. I am advocating that we go for a generational shift and look one generation down or one decade down, instead of going for the 80 plus, who should be sort of enjoying their retirement.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nigeria has the third highest burden of female genital mutilation globally, with 20 million cases and over 14 states highly affected. In 2015, the then president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, introduced a law to help fight FGM and, of course, punish the offenders. But some communities, especially villages, are not even aware that this law exists and are still practicing the act. Female genital mutilation is a severe human rights violation that affects millions of women and girls worldwide, particularly in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The practice involves the partial or total removal of the female genitalia, often performed on young girls without their consent. An estimated 86% of females were caught before the age of 5, while 8% were caught between age 5 and 14, with an estimated 86 million girls worldwide said to be at risk of female genital mutilation between 2015 and 2030. The implication is that millions of girls are being robbed of their childhoods, health, education, and aspirations every day by the harmful practice. The prevalence of FGM is highest in the Southeast with 35%, and Southwest with 30%, and lowest in the Northeast with 6%. Medical experts warn that FGM has severe physical and emotional consequences, including chronic pain, infertility, and psychological trauma, which could last a lifetime, impacting not only on the individual, but also their families and communities.
There are some immediate and long-term complications of FGM. By cutting the clitoris is what gives arousal, okay? The labia minora you cut and majora may consist of some little secretions, organs that secrete and wet that area, okay? So you cut them, there's problem. Some even the infibulation, it just opposes the opening for the vagina, so it makes it look tiny and narrower. So it can cause what you call vaginal pain during sex or sexual pain.
There could be some urinary problems, difficulty in urination. Then it could affect childbirth and delivery, where you can have a narrow opening for delivery.
There will be complications. The short-term complications would involve shock, infections, excessive bleeding, hemorrhages. Why? Because most times we notice that, 90% of the time we notice that the people that carry out these practices, one, are not medically trained. These are traditional experts that have little to no substantial knowledge of the human anatomy. Secondly, they do these things in septic conditions.
Sensitizing the community and the society at large on the effects of female genital mutilation, because it causes a lot of harm than good to the public.
A broadcast journalist, Hyginus Odo, emphasized that FGM is a cultural belief that should be eradicated and discouraged.
When a way of life becomes inimical to human, to life itself, when a way of life becomes inimical to life itself, what do? You have to review that way of life. And that's why it's not to eradicate the culture of the people in totality, but those aspects of the culture of the people that are inimical to the existence of human being in the society should be looked into.
Women's rights advocates shared their views on the legal implication of FGM during a recent Zoom session with Signature TV. A legal practitioner, Chioma Ode, revealed that the case of FGM in Ebonyi State often go unreported because victims are reluctant to report their loved ones, which she said is a major challenge in addressing the harmful practice.
Because one of the things that we have come to see as a challenge is that this mutilation or this cutting or this circumcision is actually carried out by the family, the parents, the guardians. And when you see that your family member, your father, your mother, your uncle, your auntie circumcised you as a female, chances of reporting the matter is slim. And even when you report the matter, even when you see the survivors, we call them survivors, that report this matter, or victims, as you may see them, that report this matter, it is also very slim to see that this victim or this survivor would actually want to speak up or to complain or to even follow this matter to a logical conclusion. it's very rare. So I wouldn't tell you that, yes, currently we have a case study, that this case study has actually been followed up to a logical conclusion. But whether female genital mutilation is a crime, is a crime.
More awareness needs to be created. In fact, I want to laud Signature TV for taking it upon you to create this wonderful awareness via your platform. It's a laudable venture, and I commend you for that. Okay, so, but I think, being a media person as well, I think that there should be much conversation around female genital mutilations. Being someone from Africa, and especially Nigeria, and most especially from the Southeast, where female genital mutilation is very, very prevalent, I think we need more creation of awareness.
The year's theme, Step Up the Pace, emphasizes the imperative of strengthening alliance, building movements, and mobilizing collective actions to end FGM. It is a clarion call for governments, civil societies, organizations, community leaders, healthcare workers, and individuals to unite and wage all-out war against FGM. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
When you think of the foremost Igbo leader, the name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You are welcome to another edition of Signature Television Unscripted. Once again, we take you to our and your favorite edition of analysis and commentaries of recent developments in our political, economic, and our social sectors of our economy in Nigeria. And today, once again, we are looking at the recent developments in our economy, in our political sector. Nigeria, as you know, is a plural society made up of over 250 ethnic groups and languages. And it's been difficult over the years to bring these ethnic communities, ethnic groups together politically, economically, and otherwise. And just to tell you of the major issue in our discussion today is the statement made by the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to the effect that he supports one-party system in our country. With me in the studio to discuss this issue this morning is Mr. Martin Ani. Mr. Martin Ani, you are welcome to the program.
It's my pleasure to be here, Chief.
And our regular and
friend of the house.
Friend of the house,
Yes.
Mr. Christian Madoka. You are welcome to the program.
Thank you, Chief Ubane.
Thank you very much.
This is a golden handshake.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to move on very fast, very quickly because of our time. So it's been quite, difficult understanding the reason why 2 days ago, that's to say 22nd of May, 2025, the APC summit that met in Abuja endorsed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a second tenure in office. And this endorsement is coming. What they would have done at that meeting summit, they called it, is to evaluate the performance of the APC-led administration and then map out other means of and ways of improving in the various sectors that the administration has embarked. But the leaders of the party went ahead to endorse President Tinubu as the next, to continue in the next term. Mr. Martin, can you offer a suggestion?
Well, it's all about politics. Thank you for the poser. It's all about politics. It's about interest. So as far as I'm concerned, they are doing the business of politicking. So it is some of us who are looking at it, whether it's early in the day or late in the day and all that. What is important, what matters to the politicians is about the next election, not to x-ray or assess how they've fared in the mandate they've had, less than 2 years. 29th May is still a week ahead, but today, there has been endorsement left, right, and center. In fact, most groups are now queuing, to endorse the president. You see Governors Forum do that. You see APC, NEC do that, ESCO do that, and all that. So in the coming days, groups will be queuing up because that's what the politicians want to hear. They do not want to hear that the roads are in terrible states. They do not want to hear that even the newly implemented minimum wage cannot take the workers home and cannot. They don't want to know that the education sector is in shambles. They don't want to know that there are no infrastructure, a lot of deficit, but they don't look at that. They don't want to know that there is inflation rising up to 34.35%. They don't know that it is difficult for people to borrow and invest in the economy. They do not want to hear all that. They keep a deaf ear to all that as long as they do all they can to clinch the next election. That's the next victory in the next election. That's their business. That's their concern. So, but it is the people that should interrogate them and then keep them on their toes. If not, You know, everyone is focused on 2027, even when they've not delivered on their promises they made in 2023. It's quite unfortunate, but that is politics. It's about interest. It's about the next election. It's not about how far we have fared.
Yes, arising from that summit of 22nd of May is another you know, a very important statement. One would call it important, you know, because, like I said, Nigeria is a country of 250, made up of 250 ethnic groups with political leanings, political variations, with different languages and different religions. And here is Mr. Tinubu, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, saying that there's nothing wrong with one-party system. Mr. Badoka, do you agree with him?
Well, if you say I do not agree with the president, it's like I am headlong against the Nigerian president. In his wisdom as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the flag bearer of the ruling party, who did not hide his interest to come back second tenor, and all the machineries have been set in place to bring him back. He is, as a president, free to say what he has said. But we are looking at it. You know, like an Igbo proverb says, you know, you want to talk to an elder who seems to be a little difficult, you wear basket. Now, in this place, we want to cover our faces with basket, literally underway, to tell the president that is a wrong statement. If you're building from a foundation, you don't climb upon a ladder and push up the ladder. If you want to put Nigeria in a ponder, in a closed zone, you know, in a prison of one-party system, under which platform did you rise in your ambition, starting from being governor to senator, distinguished senator, to the point you become Nigerian president? Did you rise to those positions under one-party system? Do you think if Nigeria were under one-party system and all the 240 million Nigerians are contested under one party, that the chance will come to you to become Nigerian president? When you were doing the introduction, sir, you said that Nigeria is a popular state. I mean by a plural state, meaning we are democratic, we need to satisfy a lot of interest. Allow this satisfying of interest to exist. That's what we call democracy. Let the majority, let minority have their view. Let the majority have their way. If Nigerians, not after we go hunting, you are halfway, you turn around and say, my leg look like that of an antelope. It's wickedness. It's destruction of a system that have made you, and it's not going to look well. What an elder sees sitting down and children or greedy politicians struggling to rise to a certain position or they may not see it until we get there, and now it's like it becomes total self-destruction. This country, from the word go, have been crying for democracy. And democracy is a plural society where you have a lot of interest. Let everybody struggle under that equality or equity of being Nigerian citizen. Let the equal opportunity be given. But now that the people are using intimidation, because that's what it amounts to, whether we see it clearly coming or not, that's clear political intimidation. If you don't, a state governor told all the machineries of his state, if you do not join APC with me, you resign. Meaning, and a state nearby has defected with total structure into APC. And it's sad that the president, who is a president, who should not be for anybody and should be for all, is now, because of overall interest, is not looking beyond the interest of the country, is looking at the interest of a party. APC cannot be Nigeria. It's just a party.
Yes, that brings us to, you know, these thinking, yeah? Of course, that's my personal thinking, and that is to say that the president would have made this statement about that there is nothing wrong with one-party system against the backdrop of the fact that there has been a gale of defections to the APC. We know about what happened in the Delta State recently when the governor, members of his cabinet, the legislature, the former governor who happened to be the vice presidential candidate of the PDP in the 2023, they also defected to APC. All right, and the governor of Akwa Ibom State yesterday did say that he is going to APC and that any of his cabinet members or appointees that is now ready to join him in APC should resign. So, how do you look at the defections going on? Right? Is it good for democracy? Is it self-serving conduct on the part of the politicians, Mr. Ani? So what must have prompted these defections?
Well, it's really unfortunate. We are here talking about Nigeria moving towards a one-party system, which doesn't make democracy effective and enable democracy to thrive. We're almost moving towards the Communist Party arrangement that you have in China, where one party keeps, producing a president over the years, and everybody queues behind and wait for their turn. So democracy is not going to be buoyant with what is going on. So what I want to say is this: the politicians are very greedy, unfortunately. Most of them are very greedy, and that is why I don't know. Is it before we came on to the studio, we were talking, outside the studio. We were saying, is it that the president is intimidating the governors? That with what has happened in River State, most of them are now afraid that if we don't work with President Tinubu, then we are finished. State of emergency could be declared in our state, and we are taking, our hands is taken off the business of the state, and nothing will happen. Like has happened in National Assembly, nothing happened. Without even a voice vote, people voting and you taking note of the vote. It was a voice vote, which is against the act, the Senate rule. So what are we saying? It is not going to be good for democracy. It's not going to enable us to throw up the best candidate to lead at various strata. It's going to muzzle democracy in such a way that whoever any APC, for instance, decides to lead will now become the governor of a state or the president of the country or a parliamentarian at any level. There won't be room for, show us your manifesto. What can you do for us? How can you change the status quo? How can you lift us out of poverty? How can you lift us out of the woods that we are in as a people? Where with all the wonderful resources we have in the country, people are struggling to have 2 square meals a day. We are no more talking about 3 square meals. People are struggling to put their words in school. We are no more talking about, the goodies of life. It is about struggle. And then how can we come out of the corruption that we are in? With all the anti-corruption mantra, rhetorics of the former administration, we saw corruption come to its head. And then currently, we don't know what's going on. So what I want to say is that it's not good for democracy, it's not good for good governance, it's not good for our body politic.
Yes, what we are saying, in effect, is that, look at the issue of Delta State, the former governor there, Dr. Kowa, who, in fact, PDP made him what he is today, a councillor, a local government chairman, a senator, a governor for 8 years. You were governor for 8 years and ended up being the vice presidential candidate of the PDP. What would have made you, what would have compelled him to leave that party? In fact, he did say that he made a mistake by, running on the same ticket with Atiku Abubakar. Is it that the president had shown them, opened up the corruption register, remember that this Okoa was accused of having embezzled over $1 trillion naira. Yeah. And shortly after that, he jumped into APC. Mr. Maduka, do you think that corruption is what is driving them? To get the fear of prosecution is driving them into APC. And how do we really fight the corruption battle? If I steal money and the next day I declare for APC and my sins are forgiven.
Well, the sins are forgiven. That statement was being defended in a sister television. We watched the former chairman, national chairman of APC, Adams Oshomole, a man I respected so much in the past, but I don't know of now. But because some statements that started imagining, but that statement has become, no matter when he tried to defend it on television, they played back what he said. It did not make meaning. What he still say, if you join APC, your sins are forgiven. And we have not seen anybody over time who joined APC and the sins are remembered. And remember, even it's biblical that we've all come short of the glory of God, so nobody is a saint. So, but what this has meant is that you can do all things, but once you come to APC, that's why I'm saying the insatiability. You mentioned all the things that the PDP should have done for someone, and you can imagine what are you still looking for that will make you jump ship that way. That will tell you the insatiability and the mindset. Nigerian political setup has lacked ideology. Now you are mixing up, cut to the head of horse, join it to the head of camel, put it on top of that of tiger, hyena. We want to call the mulatto, the crossbreeding, and then that is actually what we have got into, and then it's coming to a halt. What it means is from better to worse, then we'll start all over. I've asked the question on a different platform. If we destroy all that have been built over time in our nation building, in our 65 years, we're heading to 64, 66 years of Nigeria. Where are we going to, when we get to that, we destroy and start all over? How we're supposed to be building up on certain things we have, things we are not done right, we correct. Why are we destroying the political system to get to? The politicians are insatiable with power and with money. And in a nation like Nigeria, where somebody will open up and say, do all you can anywhere, come over here and your sins, and that's actually driven them. They are jumping this ship to APC because nobody will look back and say, so it's, when there's this thing, a woman is longing to be befriended somewhere, and then the proposal for marriage is coming from there. Look at, it's what union asal, whatever you are good at, that is your habit. If you give it to you, whether it's enough, you accept. If those ones don't have skeleton in their cupboard, why should somebody use it as a threat? So, and it's politics they're doing. The former governor of Anambra State, may God bless his soul, say, now politics can. Now, that's Mbadiju of blessed memory. If you are playing politics, and somebody sees loophole to play politics, but then, politics without conscience, you are using, being human, that I'm a human, using it to play against me, because you have power at that portion. Don't you remember it's transient? If the people before now had used power the way the present APC and their rulership is using it, will everybody have been in Nigeria would have gone into one-party system over time? Why did they fight in the Trumps? Why did Nadeko fight? What were they fighting for? It could have been good as when until we could have been there until whatever. Why are we fighting? Why did we fight the army? And people died. Why did people waste their life fighting? Why did G34 people brought us in and they want to destroy it now? That's what
it's unfortunate that our current president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who brought the military and we succeeded in recovering government from the military, is today saying that one-party system. There's nothing wrong with the one-party system. But forget that power, they say, belongs to the people. Democracy is defined as government of the people, by the people, for the people. Against the backdrop of all these defections and manipulations, what do you think, Mr. Ane, the people who vote, who put them to power, what do you think they should do? What is their responsibility? What is their duty? What should they do? Would they go back in 2027 to vote for these defectors? These are people they voted for in the first place. And all of a sudden, these elected officials decided to move to another political platform without consulting. I mean, we never had consulted anybody. This is a decision they took on their own. So what do you think should be the responsibility going forward of the electorate, the people who are the custodians of democracy?
Okay, thank you, Giovanni, for that question. Well, to start with, I want to say that it is correct when you rightly say that power belongs to the people. And then democracy is about majority having their way and minority having their say. And then elections results are determined by the number of votes cast. So I want to say that the politicians can do their business of politicking, of grandstanding, of rigmarole, and all that. But the people should not lose sight of, that the power to elect their representative or whoever takes over power at any level still resides with them. So what the people should do is to organize themselves and focus on ensuring, first of all, that whatever happened to the last 2010 Electoral Act as amended in 2022, whatever happened that the judiciary said that one of the novel and game-changing provisions of that Electoral Act was that there will be beavers, that election must be electronically transmitted. That whatever happened to that act, to the point that when it came to the Supreme Court said that INEC have power to transmit results whichever way they wanted, even turning against their own electoral guidelines and all even the Constitution, the Electoral Act, everything. But you saw what happened, because that matter, dragged up to the Supreme Court. So whatever happened should be addressed now, while it is still while it's still early in the day, before we hit 2026, when the political atmosphere will be so overcharged that we won't know what we are doing again except voter registration and blah, blah, blah. So we need to ensure, first of all, to ensure that the Electoral Act makes it mandatory that elections must be transmitted from ward to polling booth to whatever to national, and that people can see these results right time.
What if there are glitches?
There shouldn't be any glitch, because Nigeria is not operating in the medieval age. This is 21st century. People talk about back-end system. People talk about your system cannot crash and you don't have a server, a back-end server, or whatever they call it. I'm not an IT expert, but I know that when you have a system, there is a backup. So that if that system fails, you'll be able to recall your data from the backup. So what are we trying to say? This is 21st century. Americans hold early election, early voting. UK hold it. So many nations, even as long as you vote, there's no need to put an ink on your finger, because you, with your security number, social security number, you can't duplicate yourself. You can't vote in New Haven and go to Abakaliki and vote. You can't go to Transekulu and go elsewhere and vote. It's not possible, because with the system, you will be tracked as someone who has voted. So what are we trying to say? Once the vote is able to count, Nigerians should focus, CSOs, all Nigerians should focus on ensuring that the votes count. Once the votes count, I can assure you that the politicians will be silenced in 2027. It will be the shocker of their life, because they've not seen anything yet, because they have opportunity to manipulate people's votes. They have opportunity to say, in fact, the Electoral Act provided that INEC should review an election result declared after 7 days. But none of that happened in the last election. Even when people clamored for a review, nobody paid attention to the call. And then the result was announced the way it is till date. Nothing upturned it. So what are we trying to say? If nothing is done about the Electoral Act, I don't know about the judiciary, I don't know whether Nigeria needs to import judges to interpret our constitution, but I know clearly that I have read the Electoral Act and it's very explicit that this is mandatory, this is mandatory. But in the last election, the Supreme Court said they are not mandatory.
Yes, I think
So
I read somewhere, Mr. Madoka, where the former presidential candidate of one of his, would I call it, small political parties, you know, Mr. Shawore, did say that he's not going to contest.
I think it's African Democratic Congress
2027 because the results have already been written. You know, and we are here discussing about what INEC should do, or how to reform the Electoral Act, what the people should do to ensure that their votes count. When somebody is alleging that the results of the 2027 general elections have already been written.
That's exactly.
You know, you know, how is it a comfortable statement? I mean, can we go with that? Because I mean, it's demoralizing, you know, for me, and I think for any politician with conscience, to say that election is preparing for in 2027, the results have already been written.
To demoralize you is what the politicians want. The kind of politicians I've seen in Nigeria never depended on Nigerians to go back to the offices. If they do, they won't be behaving the way they're behaving. Yeah. And over time, they've proven it. You talk about system glitches. I almost was pushed to ask you, what kind of glitches are you? Okay, you say glitches, you didn't even say system. It's Martin that is saying system. A system that was for senatorial election, it did not work for presidential, is suspect. Is corrupt, is manipulated. And that is what they want. And some of the contestants are saying they won't. So imagine, even when the contestant, people are now saying we won't because we don't trust the system. Why? What should the level of voters apathy we will have in 2027 is going to be huge and massive. Now, look at what is happening. The politicians are jumping gun ships and all that. Have you heard from INEC? What should they be doing? Electioneering awareness creation, civic education. Have you heard anything?
No.
They're silent. Yeah. They're not even with the Anambra election that's coming in November. We've not had, only announcing the date is what they've done and clearing the candidates. Nothing else. And if you look very deep in the status that they established the INEC, it wasn't only to organize, they have some other things that go with. Organizing election is the principle as what the people should do and creating the awareness is part of it. They would live. Because that is part of encouraging you. In fact, it's like stay off is better. With 316 billion budgeted for 2023 elections, nobody has been called to account for it. So if you import vivas, and would have they refunded? Because they know it's manipulated. If you take it back to the system, suppliers and contractors, they will tell you. Yeah. They will even call up. They will even operate that system and bring out the result in it. Because people are saying the result are in those systems. People just suppress it. The spirit of the prophet is within the prophet. Yeah. The result of Nigeria election is within INEC, and they hold it, and they know where it is. With the massive investment in IT that is, they have it. So they release the one they want you to see. And in the same Nigerian court, government money in government house, Nigerian court said INEC. It's only when it comes to that, the Supreme Court remembers that INEC is independent. When they will do all things that are shown that are not independent, nobody. Yeah. So you see, the goat that's lying on the ground. I use that on a very one platform. I don't know. I use that word a lot. The goat is lying on the ground, is lying on his skin. Nigeria is holding ourselves here. That's why the world is laughing at us. Nigerians are ingenious. If you want to reform, it will take us one day. Yeah. If you want to, it will take us. We have brains.
I agree.
The same Nigerian system get professors, the eggheads, to come and mop their shit.
Yeah.
So they will go and stoop in a shit they did not shit.
Okay.
Now one of the professors is in jail. And the person he delivered is at the Senate, as the president of the Senate.
Yeah.
And the people, Nigerians are still talking. Who should go to jail? Is it the person who delivered or the person delivered? In justice system, you have the alibi, where the buyer and the seller are guilty. The giver of the bribe and the acceptor of bribe are guilty. The Supreme Court of Nigeria have forgotten that. They've not said. So what are you talking about? What are we saying here? We are seeing that we gave trust to people who do not deserve.
Okay. Yeah, one thing that continues to bother me, you know, when we talk about defections, we have seen so many defections, in the past 2 years of this administration. And the president did say 2 days back that more are coming, you know. But, you know, if you win an election as a governor or as a senator or member of House of Representatives or president or whatever, an election conducted by INEC gives you what they call certificate of return. And that certificate of return bears the name of the political party, maybe APC, maybe PDP. And I have never heard that when you defect, INEC now withdraws that certificate of return and give you another certificate to bear the new party. Yes. So I don't know really what is happening. I mean, it means that that man who is defecting, that governor who is defecting, is now partyless. He doesn't have a party because the certificate of return he is holding bears the name of the party that sponsored him to election. Now he has defected. Nobody is talking about, INEC is not talking about that. And I think it's one of the confusions that, we have in the system. So can you offer...
I've never thought about it to remind me now. It's like somebody, they will learn that the Americans are burying chips on that person's hand. So that chips, anywhere you go, their radar will be following you, so you can't even hide. So somebody who has a return ticket from INEC under PDP, and then suddenly he finds himself in APC, he's still carrying. If the person is not a thief, because you say, okay, the case of the woman who says beer in Owerri, he said, Agnes if you do not like the party that took you to the point where you are, return their property. Defect alone. Is it not what we say? Every Nigerian is free.
But even if you return the property, without being issued
another one, you return the property to INEC, it means you have resigned, that you have given up that mandate. Because people gave you mandate and then INEC certificated it. It's like you go to university after reading your classmates, you know people who went to the classroom, but university give you a certificate to confirm that. So any day the university will draw that certificate, that's a BA or honor you is cancelled. You have to start. Why is the Nigerian system? That's why I'm telling you, we are confused. Totally. And we cause the confusion. We start on the confusion, hoping that things will stabilize.
If I weigh in briefly before we close on this, I would say that I would take it from the Holy Book point of view. The Bible says that you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Nigerians know the truth. Our political leaders know the truth, but they've refused to be set free by that truth. And that is why they have kept the people in bondage, because of their interests. Okay, let me weigh in a little bit about on this defection and all that. If you're a politician, Chief Bani, and you want to run for the governor of, are you from Abia?
Abia State.
Good. You want to run for
it's a joke. It's a joke.
I said, assume it.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
So assume you want to run for the governor of your state.
Assuming without considering.
You are qualified. You are in Nigeria. And you are an Abian. For instance, you want to run for the seat of governor of Abia State. Will you go and join Labour Party? Don't tell me the truth. No. Will you go and join PDP?
No.
Where should you go to? It should be APC As long as you have persons who can protect your interests, as we currently speak, APC is the only party that looks as if they are organized because they have a strong man who is whipping everybody to line. Who is saying, my friend, keep quiet, and everybody keeps quiet. In Labour Party, Peter Obi couldn't do that. Of course, being a Democrat, he was liberal, and he wanted everybody to have their way, and all that. And that's why the party has scattered. Today, Abure is speaking and holding on to Supreme Court judgment. Nana Usman, Senator, is speaking and holding on to Supreme Court judgment. I don't even know whether the other Papa Oshodima.
You come and go. You don't
I don't even know whether exactly. I don't even know whether Oshodi Abi and Papa is still speaking. That one seems to have gone to the coolers. Yeah. So the point I'm making is that Nigerian political in our body politic, the politicians can't even manage their own party. A lot of intra-political crisis is so much entrenched in our body politic, and that is why currently Labour Party is shaking. PDP is shaking. You can hear
shaking.
Oh, he's almost down.
But what he was stressed. He was stressed to the same strong organization somewhere, whipping play. They're even whipping people who are not in
exactly. Even their own party. Exactly. They are even whipping people who are in other political parties to toe a particular line that is for their own interest. So what am I trying to say? LP in this area, PDP in this area. Which other name do you have? APC. Man, you go and join APC as long as you're able to have your way and win the primaries. So what am I trying to say? This is actually what is fueling the crisis. Whether it is actually APC that is instigating the crisis in Labour is not material. Whether it is APC that is instigating the party with Wike in PDP is not material. What is material at the moment is that as far as Nigerian politics is concerned, political party persons who want to vie for election should go to APC. And that's why Tinubu said he's expecting more.
Okay, before we end this program, because I understand our time is ticking, let's just for 1 minute, talk about the recent development in JAM. I think this is the first time that we'll be hearing that publicly that there were glitches in the JAM results, which affected the southeastern part of Lagos. The registrar of JAM came on national television to apologize and to weep. I don't know where that weeping has taken him to. But I understand also that some people have been arrested for,
the glitch.
For the glitches. I mean, hacking into JAM system. Do you think this is not an afterthought? Arresting people to, confuse us.
A young girl from Newi, over time, got 342, and that was the first time this thing came to light. And there's somebody who took it upon himself that when that propaganda came and to be dated, everything and suppressed, and said the girl got 342, not 340, and they pressed it. And the girl and the family was like, this young girl doesn't have the facility that whatever is happening to JAM is within JAM. I've said it in several platforms. JAM perpetuated corruption. Even in ordinary Google, before the exam you can Google and get the result. I mean, get tests in Nigerian system. We were everywhere. So whatever they did, it came to light and then some people are paying for it. Nigerians say, so crying or no crying, JAM should purge. I didn't want to take it to any step because people are taking it to tribal level. People are taking it to marginalization. People are just like you trust them. I just say JAM is overrated.
Yeah, okay.
And JAM should have another body that is competing to organize people. Nigerian children should go to university. JAM, propaganda monopoly of holding Nigerian children to go to university should be deregularized and decentralized.
Okay.
Otherwise, what happened in recent future will continue in the recent future. What happened in recent past will continue in recent future, and that's dangerous for whatever means. Some stupid, corrupt Nigerians will sit one place, use the system to delay some people from going to university. That's an error. insensitivity and corruption against the future generation.
Yeah.
Let the Nigerian corruption remain with them. Let them lead the future generation.
Mr. Ani, do you think JAM should be deregularized?
Well,
do you think it should be decentralized? Do you
yeah.
think that the JAM registrar should go, as some people are asking him to go?
Well, Professor Olukoyede has been there for some time. This is what we had in WAEC up until NECO came on board. Remember, it was WAEC monopoly in the past. Then the point is this. I believe that JAM, the professor, actually, they messed up big time in the last conduct of JAM. Remember, even as we speak, I don't know whether some people are writing today. I think they've been trying to make sure they appease all the persons, including those who missed the last JAM, to come and write again. So the point is this: Nigerian system is beginning to affect JAM, and it's not good for education. And again, I would suggest that JAM should let JAM results be like WAEC or NECO. Once you got it, you got it. Whenever you decide to go to university, at least for 5 years, you should be able to use it for entry into the university. So they shouldn't frustrate our children. Some of them have committed suicide. Remember, it was on the news recently, a child committed suicide because of poor score. Oh, so I can't go to university next session with my colleagues, and they committed suicide. So those things should stop. Nigeria should make their education more, they should support education and encourage studying.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's been an exciting moment. It's been an exciting discussion this morning. Because of our time, we cannot go further. We've come to the end of this discussion. I want to thank you, Mr. Madoka, for coming to the show this morning. Mr. Ani, I want to thank you,
sir.
And whenever we call you, always respond
always
favorably
to
us. For all our viewers and our listeners, we've come to the end of our program, this edition. We expect that next time you hook on to us. My name is Mike Obani.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
When you think of the foremost Igbo leader, the name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region or the southeast or whatever the Igbo nation is today, which goes beyond the 5 states of the southeast, recall that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Obara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I keep saying from 1960, as at 1964, just 4 years, he was able to turn the economy of the eastern region, mostly the Igbo people, because the eastern region, you have the FX, you have the BBOs, you have the Queries and all the other tribes. Well, the Queries are Igbos, actually. But Obara was able to use agriculture, for instance, industrialization, to take our economy from where it was in 1960 to being one of the fastest growing economies of the world within 4 years. And if you think that this was rated as at 1964, that Obara had been in office for just 4 years then, it was the coup that removed him of 1966, unfortunately. We have had an excellent leader in the past. He's not been the only one. Since him, we've had other great ones. I mean, we've had other leaders. Ojukwu, for instance, the late great Ikemba, was a great leader of our people. So we never really lacked great leaders. But what we need to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndibo, the apex organization of the Igbo nation, we should make sure that we stop electing very old leaders. And I say use the word very old advisedly, because I pray that I'm old. I pray that I get to 80 and plus. I am advocating that we go for a generational shift and look one generation down or one decade down, instead of going for the 80 plus, who should be sort of enjoying their retirement.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nigeria has the third highest burden of female genital mutilation globally, with 20 million cases and over 14 states highly affected. In 2015, the then president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, introduced a law to help fight FGM and, of course, punish the offenders. But some communities, especially villages, are not even aware that this law exists and are still practicing the act. Female genital mutilation is a severe human rights violation that affects millions of women and girls worldwide, particularly in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The practice involves the partial or total removal of the female genitalia, often performed on young girls without their consent. An estimated 86% of females were caught before the age of 5, while 8% were caught between age 5 and 14, with an estimated 86 million girls worldwide said to be at risk of female genital mutilation between 2015 and 2030. The implication is that millions of girls are being robbed of their childhoods, health, education, and aspirations every day by the harmful practice. The prevalence of FGM is highest in the Southeast with 35% and Southwest with 30% and lowest in the Northeast with 6%. Medical experts warn that FGM has severe physical and emotional consequences, including chronic pain, infertility, and psychological trauma.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Minister of State for Works laments the underfunding of a federal road maintenance agency. Judiciary staff workers suspend their nationwide strike to return to work tomorrow. United Nations urges ceasefire as Ukraine-Russia talks resume. Dutch citizens hope for unity and change amid political crisis. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Minister of State for Works, Bello Goronyo, has raised concern over the persistent funding challenges facing the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency, FEMA. Goronyo stated this while speaking at an investigative hearing by the House Ad Hoc Committee investigating implementation of a 5% user charge on petroleum products under the 2007 FEMA Act.
The minister observed that the heavy underfunding of the organization is impacting negatively on its mandate. He said that while the agency needs about 880 billion naira annually to maintain Nigeria's roads, budgetary allocations have remained low with 76.3 billion in 2023, 103 billion in 2024, and 168 billion naira proposed in the 2025 budget. Goronyo said that the shortfall has worsened road conditions and increased maintenance costs nationwide.
While the agency requires an estimated amount of 880 billion naira annually to maintain our 36,000 kilometers of roads nationwide. We look at our budgetary allocations from the 2023, which is 76.3 billion naira, 2025, which is 103 billion naira, 2024, which is 103 billion naira, and an appreciable increase of 168 billion naira in the 2025 budget of this year.
The Director General of FEMA, Chukwuemeka Agbasi, called for the amendment of the FEMA Act to enforce proper collection, management and auditing of the fund. He also proposed a dedicated road fund account protected from diversion or delays.
Also, there is need to synchronize with subsidy removal framework. Now that the first subsidies are being phased out, the user charge can be transparently built into the pricing structure with public accountability. Lastly, full enforcement of the existing FEMA Act. The federal government can mandate the deduction and remittance of 5% charge through legislative and executive enforcement. By addressing these areas, Nigeria can develop a sustainable and efficient road infrastructure system that supports economic growth and improves the quality of life for its citizens.
Director of Operations of the Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Mukaila Oseni, noted that there was no proper framework created for its collection, urging the lawmakers to address the gap.
For the implementation of the FEMA Act 2007, the 5% user charge on petroleum product pump price, the template were not included in the pricing template that's being used. And authority has not collected any money on it. However, it is worth of note that the FEMA Act 2007 did not stipulate the modalities for the collection of 5% user charge.
Declaring the hearing open, the Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, who was represented by the Minority Leader Kingsley Chinda, noted that the Act, which provides for the allocation of 5% of fuel pump prices for road maintenance, has been largely ignored.
Over the years, this section of the Act has been complied more in breach, despite various attempts by the National Assembly through its oversight activities to compel compliance. These have somewhat affected the operations of the beneficiary agencies of government and by extension the Nigerian people who ply public roads.
Chairman of the committee, Francis Waive, stressed that Nigeria must move from annual budget dependency to sustainable infrastructure financing models. I am Lillian Wali, reporting for Signature TV.
Meanwhile, the House of Representatives Committee on Basic Education Examination Bodies has issued a 24-hour ultimatum for the West African Examination Council WAEC to submit a comprehensive report detailing the circumstances surrounding the controversial conduct of the 2025 English language examination. Committee Chairman Ofojo Boku issued a directive during a session with the head of WAEC office in Nigeria, Amos Dagnot. Oboku expressed dissatisfaction with the poor handling of examination, which was controversially held at midnight, and stressed the importance of accountability and transparency in the education sector.
Don't move and seconded. Those in support of the motion should say aye. Aye. Those against should say nay. The aye have it. WAEC, you are to avail those documents within the 24 hours to this very revered committee for further legislative business.
Other members of the committee described the situation as unacceptable and called for immediate reforms to safeguard the credibility of national examinations.
For me, I want to tell you that since you brought the word global into this conversation, I want to tell you what should be done when something like this happens globally, using your word. Sir, admit to the Nigerian people you have failed.
You have exposed Nigeria to the level that people are laughing at us. At a point, I was asking myself, is it this a sabotage against the government? I am not APC, part of APC government, but is it a sabotage or is it ethnical in the sense that look at what happened in JAM, look at what happened in WAEC. I come from Southeast. Greater percentage of all these things that are happening are being done in the Southeast.
The head of WAEC in Nigeria, Amos Dagnott, apologized to candidates, the House, and the Nigerian public, attributing the late-night conduct of examination to efforts to salvage the situation after questions were leaked earlier in the day. The decision, he said, was regrettable, but taken to preserve the integrity of examination after it was discovered that the materials had been compromised.
Nigerians, stakeholders, I want to use this opportunity foremost to express sincere, deep-rooted apologies for what happened in the conduct of English language examination. It was never premeditated and never planned for. We did all we could, as I will shed light upon later, but what played out is what we are living witnesses. I want to assure us that that will not happen again.
The Deputy Speaker of Ondo State House of Assembly, Abayomi Akinruntan, and the Majority Leader, Ogunmola Sui, have resigned from their respective positions. Akinruntan represents Elijah Constituency 1, while Olamide Oladiji. Akinruntan cited political power sharing arrangements within the state as the reason for his resignation. Ololade Ogbegudu, representing Okitipupa Constituency 2, has been selected as the new Deputy Speaker, while Olatunji Oshati from Ose State Constituency has assumed the role of Majority Leader. The All Progressives Congress has denied widespread reports suggesting that it has granted automatic tickets to all current members of the National Assembly, describing information as fake news. In a statement released Tuesday by the party's National Publicity Secretary, Felix Morka, urged party members and the public to disregard news report falsely attributed to the party. Further warned that a viral claim is of mischievous origin and intended to mislead the public and disrupt internal party processes. This clarification comes amid growing speculation over the party's internal nomination strategies ahead of the next election cycle, assuring that official party decisions were communicated through verified channels. A group known as Take It Back Movement, led by activist Omoyele Sowore, has insisted on staging its June 12 national protest against killings and undemocratic practices by those in power. A statement by the group's national coordinator, Juwon Shanyolu, rejected what it described as a hollow ceremonies and official pageantry that usually accompany the day, calling on all Nigerians to rise against undemocratic elements in power. The group said there are signs of democratic collapse across the country. They meant that democracy, which was won through struggle, sweat, and blood, has been dismantled by the very forces that once promised change. He noted that freedom of speech is under attack in the country, with the state turning on its citizens with an unrelenting campaign of intimidation and censorship through the weaponization of a cybercrime act. The group said that June 12 is for the slain in Benue, the displaced in Plateau, the silenced in detention, and the starving masses abandoned by the corrupt elite. The senator representing Abia North constituency in the National Assembly, Orji Kalu, has urged President Bola Tinubu to relieve certain ministers and security chiefs of their duties, citing inefficiency and lack of impact on Nigeria's development. Speaking during a live interview on Monday, Kalu said he had assessed the current federal cabinet and found them wanting in many respects. Kalu further advised the president to make bold decisions in order to realign his administration with the expectations of Nigerians, insisting that the several security chiefs needed to be replaced if Nigeria is to overcome its current challenges. One, that while the reforms were underway, the trickle-down effect will take time and noted that insecurity remained a major barrier to economic recovery. A senior advocate of Nigerian law, Professor Sebastian Horn, has sent a petition to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu asking him to quickly declare a military state of emergency in Benue State amid growing violence and killings happening in the state. The petition, Horn accused the Benue State government under Governor Hyacinth Alia of negligence, denial and insensitivity towards the escalating insecurity ravaging communities in the state. The law professor noted that scores have been killed with no official government visit or condemnation, accused the governor of downplaying the crisis as mere skirmishes and continuing with public celebrations amid reports of fresh killings. He said the military's presence in the state has failed to deter the attackers, alleging that in some cases security personnel stood by as violence occurred near checkpoints. He further expressed frustration over what he described as a lack of will on the part of the state government and the federal government to act fast by replacing all military commanders in Benue State, including ground troops, if necessary. Over 15 persons have been reportedly killed, while several houses were razed down following renewed communal crisis between Mbakine and Ojumole in Gwe East local government area of Benue State. The renewed crisis erupted over the weekend when a minor disagreement between two youths at a marketplace escalated, claiming 15 lives and leading to the razing of several houses in the Ojumole community. The warring parties were Igede and Tiv-speaking people of Gwe East who had lived together peacefully for over a century. National Youth Leader of Igede, Anderson Egbodo, who confirmed the incident, expressed shock at the level of destruction and number of casualties in the crisis. He noted that the Apache Council Ward is an Igede-speaking community and have all been living peacefully like brothers and sisters with their Tiv neighbors for over 100 years without any crisis. The Nigerian Air Force has eliminated over 20 terrorists and destroyed over 21 motorcycles during an air interdiction operation in Zamfara State. The Director of Public Relations and Information for the Air Force, Air Commodore Ehime Ejodame, who disclosed in a statement, said the operation was carried out in general area south of Mai Galma in Maru, local government area of the state. Ejodame said that intelligence received indicated that a significant number of terrorists were massing and preparing to strike unsuspecting settlements, and that the bandits had killed some farmers and abducted a number of civilians, including women and children. It disclosed that the aircraft under Operation Fasten Yama was immediately dispatched on armed reconnaissance and possible rescue mission, during which over 30 motorcycles carrying armed terrorists heading into the nearby forest were identified. According to him, the terrorists on site in the aircraft opened fire, prompting a precision engagement that led to the destruction of several motorcycles and the neutralization of dozens of the terrorists. Up ahead, surge in Nigerian online scams driven by greed. Analyst. 12 trafficked children rescued in Abia. 2 suspects arrested. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos? People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A public affairs analyst, Ahobalum Ezeama Obidigbo, has raised alarm over the spate of online scams across Nigeria, highlighting a growing concern for the nation's digital economy. Obidigbo, who featured on Signature Morning, attributed the scourge to greed and a get-rich-quick syndrome, often seen as a shortcut to financial freedom. The scams, it said, range from romance fraud to phishing and advance fee schemes targeting both local and international victims.
Genuine businesses must have genuine products, real products and real services, not assumed services. No, real products and services. So if somebody says, there is this business in town, allow him or her to finish and now ask him, what are the products and services that these people offer? If he cannot mention any tangible products, my friend, it is scam. Now, let's go to service, because service is relative,
Yeah.
Service is relative. Product is simple to identify, and service is relative. So the question is, what service do you offer? And he begins to stammer, he begins to tell stories. My friend, it's a scam. It's a Ponzi. Now, let me also say this, because this is actually where all of them have gone to. Cryptocurrency.
Right.
Yeah, cryptocurrency. All of them have gone to cryptocurrency because, crypto, everybody. Some of them will show you picture of the president of America is supporting a Bitcoin. They will come with the real thing and end up with the wrong thing. They will come with Bitcoin, all right? And by the time they will tell you that Bitcoin started 11 or 12 years ago, and it was valued at nothing, and today it is 100 and this. Oh, if you do this, no problem. They will start with the right thing and end up with the wrong thing.
Claims that scammers use voodoo to hypnotize unsuspecting individuals. Obidigbo rather attributed it to psychological manipulation, exploiting victims' desires for quick wealth.
And the truth is that these things affect real businesses, because the next person thinks that, they have come again. Even if you come with real business, they will think you are one of them.
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's affecting real businesses, genuine people who are running business. Recently, I had a conversation with a colleague in a school, and we are discussing about how scam is affecting our businesses. I told him, look, just be yourself, be honest, be sincere, continue what you're doing. Forget about those guys; they will be there, right? If people believe you're a scammer, ask them, have I scammed you? They will say no. He's just suspecting. I said, go and find, go and do your due diligence. Go and ask. Go anywhere and ask. And I think if you are honest and you're sincere in business, right, you will be bold to tell people, give people your credentials, like your name, your business name, your business, CSC registration number, all those basic information, and tell them to go and do their due diligence. Ask questions. I won't go. At times I take risks. I tell people, I say, go online, Google my name, Google my business, believe everything that you see there. Believe the bad, the good, and the ugly about me. And if you want us to do business, come back. I go to that extent to challenge people.
He urged the government to strengthen cybersecurity laws and increase public awareness campaigns to address the root causes. Nigeria is considered a major cybercrime threat and is ranked 5th globally on the World Cybercrime Index, with millions of dollars lost annually to fraudulent schemes. There is living fuel scarcity in parts of northern Nigeria following the deadly flood that killed hundreds of persons and brought down the bridge in Mokwa, Niger State, that connect northern Nigeria with the southwestern part of the country. The bridge that collapsed last Wednesday has disrupted human and vehicular movements around the Mokwa Bridge, including petroleum product trucks, which are unable to proceed to their destinations. Speaking on the effect of the bridge collapse, senior officials of oil marketing companies and filling stations in Abuja hinted that a collapsed Mokwa Bridge may result in petroleum product scarcity during the 2025 Eid al-Adha celebration and holidays slated for June 6th and 9th. Dangote Refinery, Nigeria's only domestic producer of petroleum, is located in Lekki, Lagos State, and the Mokwa Bridge is the easiest route to Abuja and northern Nigeria. The Speaker of the Ebonyi State House of Assembly, Moses Odunwa, has called on Nigerians to take their health seriously and engage in regular medical checkups. Odunwa made a call at Deligbo Healthcare Center Amanyama, a Portumo ward in Ikwo local government area of Ebonyi State, than a free medical outreach organized in the community.
Chief Odunwa, represented by the Special Assistant to the Governor on Community Engagement, Mr. Paulinus Wancho, said good health is of utmost importance and deserves prioritization, as did by the State Governor, Chief Francis Nwefuru. According to Chief Odunwa, the free health outreach was his way of giving back to the society and appreciation for their commitment to the present administration, and they joined the people to eschew all forms of violence and other social vices, but keep faith with Governor Francis Nwefuru's led administration.
The Speaker is doing it based on the numerous achievements of His Excellency on the health sectors to ensure that most of the rural dwellers takes what is due for them to have a sound health. So this pack that is presented before the people of Rythm world community will go a long way to alleviate the sufferings of the poor masses.
The medical team lead and Assistant State Immunization Officer, Mrs. Ngozi Alo, appreciated the people for their good number in the exercise and described the dominant health threat of the area, high blood pressure, as a silent killer. She also commended partners of the program, especially the Speaker, Chief Moses Odunwa, for his consistency in ameliorating the health needs of his constituents at the grassroots.
This is a collaboration that works from the State Ministry of Health down to Her Excellency and under the sponsorship of the Mr. Speaker. We are very, very happy to see them giving them gifts for coming out. And they are promising that they will deliver here. If I'm looking at the record of this facility, they recorded 62 beds this month. So, and more are coming.
Earlier, an APC party chieftain, Mr. Sunday Ifere, commended Chief Odunwa for the free health program, emphasizing that the outreach would go a long way in reducing disease burden among the people, and expressed their commitment to always support the aspiration of their benefactor.
Health initiative, we are here in the courtesy of Ijo Odunwa, is a program he promised us during his campaign period. During that time, he told our people to vote for him, that a voting for him counts for good health. And today we are live witnessing his presence here. And I know by the way the governor is showcasing health program, I don't think our children, our mothers, are going to lag behind in this.
Some of the beneficiaries, including Mrs. Wigboji Itumo, Mr. Michael Ogodo, Mr. Chibuzo Ubuago, and Mrs. Chidera Jacob, thanked the Speaker for the kind gesture and prayed for God's unending grace upon him.
Sometimes I spend 4,000, 10,000, 8,000, but today is free. Very happy for us. We thank and well, sir. We are very happy, sir. We bless and may God bless us, both the family.
And I'm very glad and happy, very excited. Because when we came here, we were calling friends. We were not in love with any of the children, because they are said so that is why we came to.
The events, which had over 400 beneficiaries, featured health education, antenatal health care, immunization, vitamin A supplementation, deworming exercise, growth monitoring and promotion, among others, during which one of the expectant mothers put to bed successfully.
The Abia State government has issued an urgent health advisory to all residents of the state regarding the outbreak of diphtheria in Imo and other neighboring states. Briefing journalists after this week's Executive Council meeting presided over by Governor Alex Oti, the Commissioner for Information, OK Kanu, advised the citizens to take preventive measures, including vaccination for children and adults who are not sure of their diphtheria status. Kanu urged parents to be vigilant and taking note of any child that shows symptoms of diphtheria and to report any suspected case to local health authorities. Also urged stakeholders to disseminate the information. He also disclosed that the Federal Ministry of Health had declared Abia State free of river blindness after 30 years of mass drug administration to control the disease. On transportation, the Commissioner announced that the government, through the State Ministry of Transport, had established an enforcement team to arrest drivers who drive against traffic, as well as impound their vehicles. The Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria, JUTSUN, has suspended its ongoing strike action and directed its members to resume work tomorrow. The suspension of industrial action, which began on Monday, 2nd June, across all its federal chapters, was contained in a communique issued after a series of meetings held with representatives of Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, and other stakeholders. According to the communique, Johnson agreed to give the Chief Justice of Nigeria and the relevant stakeholders time to engage the federal government to ensure the release of funds to the judiciary within a period of 1 month. Johnson is demanding the immediate implementation of a new 70,000 minimum wage and its arrears, a 25-35% salary increase, and 5 months wage award and the arrears. National headquarters of the union had in a circular dated 30th May directed all its federal branches to embark on industrial action effective from Monday 2nd June until further notice. However, on Sunday, the Supreme Court and National Judicial Commission branches of the union withdrew from the strike action, citing the efforts being made by the CJN to ensure the settlement of the contentious issues. The Nigerian Police Force said it has rescued 12 trafficked children in Abia State. Police arrested 2 individuals for operating an unregistered and illegal motherless baby's home within their residential apartment located at Ikote Benel Road, Aba, in Abia State. Statement by the force spokesman, Muyiwa Adejobi, said that children ranging from 6 months to 14 years housed in the premises are from various villages in Aruchuku area. Suspects, he said, are currently under interrogation and be charged to court upon conclusion of investigations. A tragic canoe accident has claimed the lives of 7 people in Sokoto State. The incident happened on Monday while the victims were traveling from Gidam Usaine to Sabungarin Usaine. The news, which was shared on Tuesday by security analyst Zagazola Makama in a post on X, said the canoe capsized around 11 a.m. and that all 7 people on board, including the paddler, drowned. Security operatives were quickly sent to the scene and blocked access to the riverside to control the crowd, prevent too many people, especially family members, from gathering. A local rescue team recovered the bodies, which are later handed over to the victims' families for burial. More than 200 corpses of victims have been recovered after the devastating floods that hit Mokwa local government area of Niger State. Commissioner for Humanitarian Affairs Ahmed Suleiman, who disclosed this on Tuesday, said the government is still looking for more. Suleiman said the Umar Bago administration in the North Central State has activated an emergency response and directed the distribution of relief materials to the displaced victims of the floods who are housed in makeshift camps. He said the Niger State government has put things in place and that lots of contributions from various agencies and ministries. Meanwhile, victims at makeshift camps continue to voice deep dissatisfaction over the handling of relief efforts. A visit to the affected communities by our correspondent revealed the frustration and disappointment of flood victims, especially over the lack of adequate food supplies and poor camp conditions. The Lagos State government says its decision to remove structures erected on floodplains has been yielding the desired result. Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokumbo Wahab, said that the state averted what could have become a disaster by demolishing buildings on drainage paths. He commiserated with the people of Mokwa in Niger State, where floods killed over 200 residents and displaced thousands last week. Wahab urged citizens to avoid building on flood zones and drainage paths. A Nigerian trumpeter, Joshua Olusanya, known as Trumpet Influencer, has officially confirmed by Guinness World Records as a holder of a record for the longest marathon playing the trumpet, following a previous disqualified attempt in February 2024. Olusanya's initial attempt was disqualified for disrupting his performance to drink water, an action not permitted under Guinness World Records attempt guidelines. In May 2025, Olusanya again attempted a marathon trumpet performance which lasted 25 hours, 30 minutes and 36 seconds from May 9 to 10 at the Terra Culture Victoria Island, Lagos. Olusanya shared the news after receiving an email from GWR confirming the approval of his record attempt. expressing excitement, which he also announced on Instagram on his handle official@albossboss. The Vice President Kashim Shettima has revealed that Nigeria is actively pursuing a massive $25 billion undersea gas pipeline project to supply gas to Europe. Shettima spoke on Monday during a meeting with the leadership of an energy and commodities company at the presidential villa, Abuja. The Vice President said the transformation being carried out by the President administration represents an opportunity for international investors, describing Nigeria's gas sector as a beacon of stability and transparency amid global uncertainty. The Vice President urged the company to bring its considerable technical expertise and global influence to bear in advancing Nigeria's gas infrastructure and exports. The leader of the delegation, Jeffrey Delapina, said the company has a long-term commitment to Nigeria and currently enjoying a favorable business relationship with Nigerian companies and the government. Vice President Kashim Shettima has affirmed Nigeria's commitment to reviving its cocoa industry and the broader agricultural value chain to become a major global processor rather than just a producer of cocoa. Shettima, who spoke during a meeting with the president of the World Cocoa Foundation, Chris Vincent, in Abuja, said the recent approval for the establishment of a National Cocoa Management Board is evidence of the government's commitment in that regard. He also emphasized Nigeria's available manpower and the eagerness of its young population to participate in the agricultural sector. The Vice President pledged Nigeria's readiness to work with the World Cocoa Foundation, saying he will personally engage Governor Abu Kefas of Taraba State to secure the 10,000 hectares in the Kumi local government area of the state and other partners to expand their investment in the nation's cocoa industry. Vincent highlighted the severity of the current shortage, noting that cocoa prices have quadrupled in the past 3 years and that a partnership with its organizations presents a significant opportunity for Nigeria to expand its sustainable cocoa production during this supply deficit. Still to come, Kremlin says Ukraine peace efforts are complex, no quick decisions to be expected. MLB player Wander Francois trial for alleged sex abuse resumes in DR. These and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Kremlin said on Tuesday the work on trying to reach a settlement to end the war in Ukraine was extraordinarily complex and that it would be wrong to expect any imminent decisions. It was commenting after Russia told Ukraine at peace talks in Turkey on Monday that it would only agree to end the fighting if Kyiv gives up big new chunks of territory and accept limits on the size of its army, demands Ukraine has repeatedly rejected. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told reporters on Tuesday that agreements reached at Istanbul talks to exchange prisoners and the bodies of dead soldiers will be honored, however, and that work on agreeing a possible settlement will continue. Said Russia and the US had not yet agreed on specific future contacts between President Vladimir Putin and his US counterpart, Donald Trump, but that Putin was ready for various high-level contacts if they were properly prepared. He said it was unlikely, added Peskov, when asked that Putin, Trump and Zelensky would hold face-to-face talks together in the near future.
The topic of settlement is incredibly complex. It has a lot of nuances. Yesterday you have seen the text of the project of the memorandum that was given to the Ukrainian side. It would not be correct to expect some immediate decision of breakthrough, but the work is in progress. Certain agreements have been reached in Istanbul. They are important because people matter the most. Those agreements will be fulfilled and then the work will continue. If needed, it can be organized rather quickly. So far, there are no such agreements. To be honest, it's unlikely to happen soon. President Putin has said multiple times that he's ready for the contacts at the highest level, but he stressed out that those contacts must be a result of solutions that have been worked out on the expert level. So, President Putin supports those contacts, but we think that they should be well prepared. It's an awkward, disappointing statement. It clearly does not match the spirit of negotiation, without a doubt.
NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte on Monday called for European nations to strengthen their deterrence and defense in the face of Russia and terrorism. Speaking at the end of a summit of the so-called B9 and Nordic countries in Vilnius, Rutte said he expects a NATO summit in The Hague later this month to yield a boost to defense industrial production and increase defense investment. He said, though, that despite worries over a reduction of U.S. presence in Europe within the framework of NATO, he expects a very strong conventional presence of the country's troops in the continent.
We are facing the most dangerous security environment in decades. Russia's war of aggression continues. Terrorist threats persist. We are not at war, but we are not at peace either. So we must continue to strengthen our deterrence and defense. At the The Hague Summit, I expect allies to demonstrate their enduring commitment to our collective defense by deciding to boost defense industrial production and increase defense investment. And this is simply essential to our security. What we know is that the US, next to Europe, of course, also has to take care of the Middle East, has to take care of the Indo-Pacific, and it is only logical that over time, as we are building up, that the US will pivot somewhat more towards Asia. But I am absolutely convinced that also in the long term, there will be a very strong conventional US presence in Europe. Next to the nuclear presence, the nuclear umbrella, our ultimate guarantor of our freedom, there will be a very strong conventional presence of the US in Europe. There's no doubt about it.
The meeting in Vilnius included Poland, Romania, Lithuania, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Slovakia, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was also present at the talks. Britain on Monday published the results of a 10-month review into the country's defense capabilities, which set out the growing threats it faces and where it must invest to improve national security. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer made the announcement early on Monday at BAE Systems' governed shipbuilding site in Scotland, where later told the HMS Glasgow with Defence Secretary John Healey.
I think what we've just heard from the Prime Minister is the end of the peace dividend and what he referred to as now the defence dividend. So this is about an increased level of spending, 2.5% in 2027, an increased level of ambition for defence, that 3% when we step into the 2030s. And my job now is to deliver on that. It's a brand new defence review. It affirms the importance of nuclear. It affirms the importance of NATO and our role in NATO. And it also reflects that the threats that we face mean that we have to modernise and innovate at the same time. So this is a welcome day for defence, and our job now is to get on with delivering.
Starmer, like other European leaders, is racing to rebuild UK's military capabilities after US President Donald Trump told the continent it needed to take more responsibility for its own security. Dutch citizens expressed hope after Dutch far-right leader Geert Wilders' PVV party left the governing coalition on Tuesday, in a move that is set to topple the right-wing government and likely lead to new elections. A possible snap election will come at a time when the hard right is growing in strength in Europe. It will be closely watched as a test of whether anger over migration and the cost of living could erode Europe's unity over how to deal with Russia and bolster support for US President Donald Trump. At Amsterdam's Arbeidsmarkt, some hoped that fresh elections could bring stability to the country. Wilders said his party was pulling out because the other three coalition partners were not willing to support his ideas on halting asylum migration. Wilders' surprise move ends an already fragile coalition that has struggled to reach any consensus since its installation last July. The prospect of a new election adds to political uncertainty in the Eurozone's fifth largest economy. A vote of confidence in the Polish government will take place on Wednesday, June 11, Prime Minister Donald Tusk said on Tuesday. Speaking at a ministerial meeting in Warsaw, Tusk said it considered that after a year and a half of government, some things can be done better, faster. He said a vote will be a new beginning and will bring new impetus to his coalition government. Tusk called for a confidence vote on Monday after nationalist Karol Nawrocki narrowly won Poland's presidential election, delivering a blow to the centrist government's effort to cement Warsaw's pro-European orientation.
The vote of confidence in the government will take place on Wednesday, June 11th. This vote of confidence, it is not an attempt to continue everything we have been doing, because we know well after a year and a half that some things can be done better, faster. And this vote of confidence should be a new beginning. So, it will be offensive, not defensive. People will comment on it in different ways, but I would like you to know that for the entire October 15th coalition, this day is to be a day of new impetus. And I am confident that we will live up to this task. The political reality is new, because we will have a new president. But the constitution in Poland has not changed, our commitment has not changed, and the expectations of citizens have not changed. In Poland, the government rules, which is a great duty, a great honor, and even if we feel that it may be more difficult than some of us thought it would be, you are here for difficult things, not for easy ones.
Mongolia's Prime Minister, Lusana Marasai Oyun Edene, has stepped down after losing parliamentary support following corruption claims that erupted into street protests last month, Congress Parliament said on Tuesday. Parliament of the world's largest landlocked country did not pass a draft resolution on a confidence ballot, meaning Oyun Edene was deemed to have resigned, a parliament statement said. Oyun Edene, who has been Prime Minister since January 2021 and was re-elected in July 2024, will remain caretaker Prime Minister until a successor is named within 30 days. Political upheaval comes after Mongolians last month protested for weeks in the capital Ulaanbaatar, alleging corruption involving Oyun Edene and his family. Oyun Edene did not immediately respond to Reuters' email request for comment on his resignation and corruption allegations. A trial of Tampa Bay raised shortstop Wander Franco in Dominican Republic for alleged sexual abuse resumed on Monday in the city of Puerto Plata after being postponed in December. During the trial, the public prosecutor's litigator Claudio Cordero said that Franco maintained an illegal dating relationship with a then 14-year-old minor with the consent of her mother, who was also a defendant. The shortstop is facing charges of sexual abuse, sexual exploitation against a minor, and human trafficking in his native Dominican Republic, and if convicted, he could be sentenced to up to 20 years in prison. Franco, 24, was a rising MLB star in August 2023 when he was placed on administrative leave amid allegations he had engaged in a relationship with a then 14-year-old girl, the month following his first All-Star selection. He was moved to MBL's restricted list in July and remains the subject of an MBL investigation. Some Dutch lawmakers expressed anger while others sighed relief after far-right leader Geert Wilders' PVV party left the governing coalition on Tuesday in a move that's set to topple a right-wing government and likely to lead to new elections. And that's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumado. Thank you very much for watching and saying stay with us, as up next is Signature TV Evening.
every second, every minute, every day. News is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
When you think of the foremost Igbo leader, the name Nnamdi Azikiwe comes to mind. Zik was able to lead the Igbo nation in his era, lead Nigeria in his era. But when you concentrate on the eastern region, or the southeast, or whatever the Igbo nation is today, which goes beyond the 5 states of the southeast, recall that we had the greatest leader, as far as I'm concerned, Africa ever saw, Dr. Michael Obara, who led from the eastern region from here, and I keep saying from 1960, as at 1964, just 4 years, he was able to turn the economy of the eastern region, mostly the Igbo people, because the eastern region, you have the Efiks, you have the Bibios, you have the Ikweres and all the other tribes. Well, the Ikweres are Igbos, actually. But Obara was able to use agriculture, for instance, industrialization, to take our economy from where it was in 1960 to being one of the fastest growing economies of the world within 4 years. And if you think that this was rated as at 1964, that Obara had been in office for just 4 years then, it was the coup that removed him of 1966, unfortunately. We have had an excellent leader in the past. He's not been the only one. Since him, we've had other great ones. I mean, we've had other leaders. Ojukwu, for instance, the late great Ikemba, was a great leader of our people. So we never really lacked great leaders. But what we need to do, and if we're talking about Ohaneze Ndi Igbo, the apex organization of the Igbo nation, we should make sure that we stop electing very old leaders. And I say use the word very old advisedly, because I pray that I'm old. I pray that I get to 80 and plus. I am advocating that we go for a generational shift and look one generation down or one decade down, instead of going for the 80 plus, who should be sort of enjoying their retirement.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Good evening and welcome. It's always a date and a pleasant time to be here with you on Signature Evening on Signature TV. My name is Queensley Roland. I don't know how the weather is over there, but over here in ENUGU in the studio, it is a bit chilly outside, but it's fine because we are already in the rainy season and we are getting used to it. So brace up because it's going to be more from time to come. And in the highlights for today, we are going to have a conversation on tertiary education curriculum and practicability in Nigeria society. How is the curriculum corresponding with the society, with the labor market? Are we really preparing the students ahead of the labor market, or we're just interested in dishing out certificates? We're going to know about that this evening because we have Divine Ekweremadu in the studio to give us an insight on that. And afterwards, participation in politics and what's the way forward and the progress so far. And afterwards, we'll dive into In the News, and this is where we have a special report, things that's happened during the week and over time, recent trending stories. And then afterwards, we have our evening retrospect where we bring up interviews, more the ones in high demand, current interviews that we had before now, and revisit them and give you an insight on things that we have talked about in the studio. And afterwards, the regulars on the show, Fashionista, Autograph, Chatbox. Don't forget to follow us on all the social media handles. We are always live on YouTube 247, and we are on every single social media platform and on SLTV channel 265 Signature TV. After the break, we bring you Politicals. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Tertiary education in Nigeria, while aiming to contribute to national development through high-level manpower training, faces challenges in ensuring the curriculum's practicability and relevance to the nation's needs. Many graduates struggle with unemployment or underemployment due to a mismatch between the theoretical knowledge imparted and practical skills required by the job market. This is often attributed to outdated curricula, lack of practical experience, and inadequate focus on soft skills like critical thinking and problem solving. And to have this conversation on tertiary education curriculum and practicability in Nigeria society, we have Honorable Divine Ekweremadu, who is a special advisor, Student Affairs, Ministry of Youth and Sports, ENUGU State. We could go on and on. Good evening, Divine, and welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm glad to be back.
Of course, we are glad to have you. I promised that we're going to call you again so you could give us an insight on things like this. Looking at, this is something that we highlighted during our previous discussion, looking at the curriculum so far. You are in this, you're familiar with school, you deal with students, and it says that you're a student affairs special advisor and so on and so forth. Well, how would you assess the Nigerian tertiary curricular scheme right now?
Well, so just to delve right, straight into it, the curriculum, the tertiary institution curriculum, it's not meant to, exist alone. So the educational curriculum is meant to be a compendium of the primary, the secondary, and the tertiary, right? That's the educational system we run. And so even if we correct tertiary educational curriculum and there is a problem with the secondary or the primary, there's still going to be lapses. So what I feel about the tertiary education, like we said the last time, is that we have courses which, may not even be relevant, and may need to be replaced, that when people graduate from those courses, they may really not find anywhere to, function, right, with that particular skill set that they have. And while this, exists in many places, even in the countries where we think things are working, there are also people who study courses and they don't practice it. But the curriculum is meant to be built in a way that when you get out of the school, you've also gained knowledge about other things that are not necessarily what you're studying at the time. And so, because a lot of times when you talk about curriculum, the attention is always on the courses we study, whether the textbooks that are being used. That's also an important part of curriculum. But I want to look at it from the point of view of how rich the educational system is, right? So when a person gets into the university, what is the spectrum of knowledge that the person is exposed to? Is the person now limited, which is what happens in Nigeria, from the primary to the secondary to the university? There is a limitation to say choose science or art. It happens to all of us in secondary school. So you choose science or art, but outside there you find that there are things like robotics. So even in the secondary school, so there is robotics, there is data, analysis, data processing, and of course we did data processing, computer science, but it
wasn't the data processing aspect of it.
It wasn't. It was just running to the lab, and coming out, touching the computer and then clicking that we actually went so the problem with what we have at the tertiary educational level is the spectrum of exposure. If I am interested in business, is there a place, is there a caveat for me, even though that I cannot leverage on just business and I want to study this course? Is there a caveat for me to actually get experiential knowledge about business? If I'm interested in tech, how is the curriculum built to also accommodate those people? Because what happens is that every other knowledge, aside what you can get from your primary course of study, you have to get it outside the tertiary educational scheme. And that may represent a distraction, in the regular student's mind, in the average student's mind, that's a distraction. And then away from, what happens outside the course of study, there's also a problem with the level of practicability within the school, because we talk about practicability in the Nigerian society. Let's even talk about how practicable these courses are, or these trainings happen, within the university. Students who study courses like engineering, mechanical, electrical, how often do they have hands-on experience about what they are learning? Because I find out that we have the theoretical knowledge. Every time Nigerians, go out there, there's always a remark on how much theoretical knowledge we have. But when it comes to the hands-on experience, how much of it do we have? Yes, that there is an alternating current, as an electrical engineering student. That there are cables, about you can calculate all those things. You can really do the equation and all. But if you were presented with real-time gadgets and asked to build something, can you build it? And so this is where countries like China and Japan beat us. Because if someone is studying electrical engineering, the person from their first year to their final year must have built a lot of things before they get out. So they have experience. And there's this funny thing that has been trending where people go for an interview and then you just come out of school and they say you should have 5 years experience of the course you just
some are more than 5 years.
Some are more than 5 years. And then this person that just came out is wondering where I would have gotten 5 years experience. Well, the truth is that if you were outside, you must have gotten those experiences. Yes, because there is an exposure. These universities partner with companies, with industries. They send off their students. They don't care about what happens in the classroom. They send off their students and say, you know what, every second semester in your university, from first year to final year, you're going to be visiting different industries, join their workforce.
An internship.
Yes, as a volunteer, either paid volunteering or unpaid volunteering. You're going there because you're going to be doing that thing you're learning. So every day, if you learn this today, you are practicing it today or tomorrow. And so these are two levels of analysis I've given. The fact that if I'm coming in to study medicine and surgery, personally, that's what I'm studying in the university. But if you listen to me speak, you know that I'm also into leadership, politics, business, tech, and the rest of them.
And that's because you're conscious about the conscious effort.
And everybody, most of the people around me see it as me stepping out of, what I am studying in school. If there was a provision of those things, where I can pick up knowledge about those things within the system, then it wouldn't be a distraction. It wouldn't be extra work. It would be that the curriculum will also provide time. Okay, this guy is also interested in leadership. For students who are also interested in leadership, this is the time caveat for you guys to take on. So that's one level of analysis. And then the second, of course, is the practicability. If I'm studying medicine and surgery or any other course, that has to do with hands-on, practice, how much of a specialist am I by the time I graduate? Or am I going to join the story of, when you come out, you start afresh to learn? So there's this thing they say where they say when you go to the hospital after being a medical doctor, you dump all those things that you were told in the school and then you start learning afresh, So, thankfully, it's not always like that. In some universities, there's intentional efforts put into giving students clinical experience. But in some places, there isn't. And so it's all head knowledge until you get out to the real world. So somebody studying business management in the university but can't handle a business when they graduate. So it's just funny. I've heard jokes about if you're doing any business administration course, you're going to end up doing POS. Yes, but meanwhile, these are meant to be top analysts for big companies. You should be able to go into companies and become and become an analyst. You should become a global, analyst, talking about the economy of the country and all of that. But how much of that knowledge is practicable? So these are two levels: the spectrum of exposure within the university, not outside, right? And then the ones that are within, how much practice is done, or is it just head knowledge, right? So these are like the problems within the tertiary educational curriculum.
So the reason why Nigerian students after graduation lack employment, would you really blame it on the government, the institution, or a personal thing?
Well, why they lack employment has a lot of factors, but usually when I want to talk about issues like this, I always make it personal because, and I'll tell you why. It's because even where you say there is no employment, people go there and get employment. And so there's the government side where there are no jobs. And so let that not be an option. Because when you create that, when you say it's the fault of the government, so you keep encouraging people to expect that they will get jobs from the government, right? So I don't think anybody's knowledge, anybody's years in the universities can ever be valued well enough, within one government, job. I don't think so, honestly. However, when you now come to a general, or whether it's general or personal, I feel it's personal because you walk into offices. For example, I wouldn't want to mention the name of this company, but I know a company that was teaching business, to some of my students in ENUGU, and then they were telling them that they called for an interview, and they had 30 people who indicated. And when they said they should have an extra certification to have volunteered in something related to that course, only 2 people were able to apply. When they made that a prerequisite, only 2 people were able to apply. And
money is involved at this point.
Money is involved. But what I'm saying is that there are no qualifications. The student community hold on tenaciously to what they are taught, in the university. Now, I'm not saying, we've already said that the blame is the nature of the curriculum, but how long can we blame? So there are people who are consciously, if you are an architect, by now, you're studying architecture, by now you should have made designs, you should have things in your case, you should have things you can bring out, whether they were works you did years back or not. So, but when students rely only on that knowledge, when they appear before the private sector, because the private sector is not like the government sector. The government sector, a lot of things play on for employability. There is Onyema, right? So in English, that means who you know.
Who you know.
There's also the place of paying money to get a job. There's also the place of genuinely just getting the job through an average certification. But the private sector guy wants to be the best. He has competitors. So he's not going to take you on just because you have a first class. By the way, we churn out a lot of first class graduates students in Nigeria. Across all the institutions, we have a lot of them. The Senate list for ENUGU just dropped, and there were still hundreds of first class graduates from across 7 faculties, University of Nigeria ENUGU campus. There are hundreds of them. The question now is if I'm bringing you in as a first-class graduate in my company that is interested in marketing, and you said you read marketing, and I tell you to now go on, please market this product.
Product for me.
So how well can you market? Or you can write the values of marketing off your head, and you can pass an exam about the values of marketing, the principles of marketing. But can you do marketing? That is why you see people who didn't study marketing are becoming promoters. You know, these people they call influencers. That's what they do. They are promoters. They market. They never studied it, but they can do it. And the company would rather take that guy than take you who has a first class, because it's head knowledge, not practical knowledge. So the encouragement now becomes that whether it is the government's fault or it's a general problem, students should also make intentional efforts to begin to gain experiences from the areas that they want to specialize, even if it's not directly related to the course of study they have.
Let's look at entrepreneurship skills. How well do tertiary institutions really ready students ahead of that? Do they really equip you with skills that would help you get money on the side, apart from the entrepreneurship course that we do, and it's just like a gathering of plenty people, and most people are not even participating. They just pay money and pass the course.
Well, like we said in the last interview, where I highlighted that there is indeed something called entrepreneurship course. The course is called CDR, and it may be in many other universities aside UNN. I don't think the university system, in terms of the curriculum, prepares students well enough for the entrepreneurship space, because it doesn't teach them problem identification, problem solving. It doesn't build their mind. I mean, the course of study, the courses of study available, yes, does not build these people and their minds to actually solve problems. What I feel, right, so, and this is a place that a lot of people don't agree with me on, I feel that the university system and the space called university actually prepares students for entrepreneurship, because it exposes a lot of people to different kinds of people. And sometimes when they are living in the hostel, they are exposed to different problems. So if I notice that all my classmates, everybody on my wing goes to school with a white shirt, the prompting in my mind, if I'm a hustler, is to start selling white shirts, or at least to start washing white shirts and dry cleaning them. Right, and that's entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is being able to identify a problem and creating a sustainable solution that can earn you a living. Right, that's what entrepreneurship is. But we can't leverage on that. So I think the university system, tertiary educational system, should make conscious efforts to attach it. And let me tell you, CEDR is not even compulsory for everybody, in the university. Right, and then we think entrepreneurship is important for everybody to take on. What I feel is that if there are people who want to really do entrepreneurship or be exposed to what entrepreneurship is, then they should be given the opportunity to have real-time tutors, not lecturers. I mean, people who have become entrepreneurs. These guys who do marketing class, business management class online, and people pay hundreds of thousands to actually join their courses and learn how to manage the businesses that they have. Bringing those people in to also give the same knowledge to university students who have businesses. I know a ton of, in fact, 60% by analysis in UNEC. There was a time I made this analysis, and I found out that 60% of students in UNEC, which is a whooping about 10,000 students, have businesses that they run. Small scale, medium scale, large scale businesses that they are running. And most of it started in the university. And so imagine if the university was able to be part of that progress by actually creating a system where they can teach students entrepreneurship practically. I'm not saying textbook. I'm saying practically. Yes, I'm saying the person who has an established business is coming to say, this is how I got to where I am. These are practical steps following the market as at today. This is what you can do to get to where I am, right? So it's a lot of that. Everything is not also going to be tertiary education. I mean, in terms of making it a strict, could also be collaboration. Collaborating with these companies, bringing them in. It may not be a permanent part of the curriculum, but I feel like it doesn't hurt if there are people who have graduated from a university and are doing well, and they are brought back to partner. and dish the skills
Let's
out.
look at time as another factor, because when I was in school, I had a problem with time, maybe because of the school I attended. You don't have time to do so many things. I was interested in doing so many things, but I didn't have time because I can't, share my schedule at the same time. Now, do institutions now, do they make it possible to pair going to school, doing a business, or doing a job? I mean, if you look at the Western world, they have time for everything. Students have good paying jobs that helps them pay off their fees and so many things. Is the time factor in Nigeria, is it really, is it a favorable one for students currently?
Again, I'm probably going to be the wrong person to ask, because if people who know me are watching this today, they're going to tell you that no, you can't ask Divine.
I mean, it's a you thing. Let's not forget that. I'm just saying, if looking at the average,
so on the average, no, I don't think it's favorable, because most of the productive time in a day is hours between 8 and 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. And classically, this is the time for classes, lectures, and these lectures come with strict attendance, attendance that carry mark. It's not like, okay, they just want you to take attendance so that they will know if you are coming to school. No, sometimes they'll tell you if you don't have 75% attendance,
you can't write the exam.
Some people even go ahead to say that your attendance is your CA. Yes, and so when that happens to maybe your senior set, the set directly above you, even if someone was saying they were going to sponsor your business, you wouldn't want to start one. So there is that on the average. But then why not add add this extra push to say that it's still not every time in the day. It's not also every day that there are classes 8 to 4, right? So I'm just saying, outside we've established that if the times can be made more favorable. I mean, I think abroad even there are students who are working are treated a certain way, and they have the school hours. If they have to work, if they have a shift that is in the day, their day lectures will now happen in the evening. Those kind of things happen. They are flexible enough with time out there, but in this particular space, it's rigid. And the lecturer can say it's by 10 to 12 and working by 12 and keep the people from that 10 to 12. Because if they leave, what if he comes in and closes the door and say, if I enter, nobody will enter after I've entered, and threatens everybody. So, but then I still feel like a person who people should also not still limit themselves. There is still room to, use your weekends well. But then there are departments who still fix classes in the weekend.
In the weekends, yes.
I had a department. I'm not hearing a department. My department, at some point, we had lectures on Sunday. On Sunday afternoon, yes. A lecturer said, if you people don't come, this team, I won't teach, and it's going to come out in your exam.
I've had night classes before.
So that one self-day. But, but then anytime, any free time a student lays their hand on, this is the most productive time of our life. That whole idea of leisure, no, this is my time for break, to press my phone, to gist with friends. I don't think it's really, you're going to enjoy all of that later.
The same lecturers will tell you that after school, you can do whatever you want to do.